Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 6:45 p.m. and a quorum of members is present, so the meeting of the Board of Education of the School District of New Berlin is called to order. Please call the roll.
Ms. Crosby.
Here.
Mr. Helmer.
Here.
Mr. Kurth. Ms. Manley. Ms. Schulz.
Here.
Ms. Unger.
Here.
Ms. Wondercheck.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn to closed session.
Madam President, I move to recess into closed session pursuant to Section 19.851 E and F of the Wisconsin statutes to consider A, the approval of closed session minutes of March 8th, and B, the employment, performance, and compensation matters pertaining to staff, including administration compensation for 2021-22 in the Employment Services Report. And that's all.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Kurth and a second by Mr. Helmer. Please call the roll.
Mr. Kurth.
Yes.
Mr. Helmer.
Yes.
Ms. Crosby.
Yes.
Ms. Schulz.
Yes.
Ms. Unger.
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck.
Motion passes. We are moving into closed session and will return to open session around 7 o'clock. It is now 7:08, and we are returning from closed session into open session. In recognition of the serious and important nature of our efforts here, we will join in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. For all who are able, please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for those who wish to prepare for the meeting, we will have a moment of silence. This is a public meeting of the Board of Education. Prior to this meeting, notice was given to the public last Friday by providing the agenda to the city library. The agenda was also posted on the district website. A copy of the agenda was forwarded to the Journal-Sentinel, the Waukesha Freeman, the Waukesha Now, all of which have filed requests for all public notices. Up is privilege of the floor. Meetings of the board are conducted for the purpose of carrying on the business of the schools, and therefore are not public meetings, but meetings held in public. However, we do have this portion of the meeting as an opportunity for you to come and voice your concerns to the board. So please do not be offended when we quietly listen. We may even take notes. We do not immediately respond to your questions and comments. This is a time for you to talk and us to listen. Thank you for coming to voice your comments and concerns. When I call your name, please step up to the microphone, address the chair, and state your name and address. Each presentation is restricted to a maximum of 3 minutes. Privilege of the floor will be limited to 1/2 hour. Presentations are not to be designed for purposes of engaging others in a debate in this forum. Discussion of certified, classified, or professional personnel, or of individual Board of Education members shall not be considered an appropriate topic for this forum, and the speaker will be ruled out of order. First up, we have Leah Demmel.
Hello, Leah Demmel, 3480 South Ware Road, New Berlin. I am going to be talking about the diversity and inclusion topic. As a parent, I am upset and concerned that some people are promoting critical race theory type curriculum to be taught. I found most of the concepts in the petition to be divisive and potentially harmful to children in a K-12 setting. We may see a lot of these messages in the media and social media, but it does not necessarily make it appropriate for small children and teens to learn in school. We need to be careful about the method and the content that is taught. I do not agree with teaching children about white privilege, police brutality, systemic racism, and activism. These are not appropriate concepts to teach children as young as 4. When they speak of institutional and systemic racism in today's institutions, such as police departments, schools, and our community in general, do they ever think of the end result? I do not think it is helpful to frame law enforcement and other institutions as oppressive to minorities and systemically racist. That is not the message I want my children to hear from their school curriculum. Do we want to create a society that questions and distrusts law enforcement? That is what you're effectively doing when you put forth a narrative that law enforcement and institutions are systemically racist. I also do not want a curriculum that describes our historical figures, such as the Founding Fathers or Christopher Columbus, for example, in negative ways. What kind of students will our district create? Students that distrust and disrespect our institutions? Students that hate their country and their history due to the race of their Founding Fathers? Or Americans that love our country and appreciate everyone's contributions of all races, which make our country great? I think there is a better way. I think we can consider a more positive and wholesome curriculum that can achieve the same objectives. Diversity and inclusion curriculum should promote a positive experience for all students. That is why I was encouraged to see ideas from the February 22nd meeting evolving and becoming more reasonable. Ideas like adding BIPOC composers and artists to the art and music curriculum. Concepts like adding Black history, where we focus on contributions not involving civil rights. These great ideas should gain widespread support in our community. Let's move forward on the things that most people can agree on and abandon the controversial concepts. I also think it needs to be cost effective. Additionally, the time spent on social moral teaching should be reasonable as it is time that is not spent on the necessary core curriculum. Lastly, I think there's a preconceived notion of the progressive group who created the petition, that parents are not educating their children on these topics at home. I don't think that's true. I think all parents should have the right to teach these topics how they want at what age they desire. Just let the schools teach the basics and the parents do the parent stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Renee Connick.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. My name is Renee Connick. I live at 14165 West Beechwood Trail in New Berlin. Do not usually attend meetings in person, but do commonly listen to the live stream after the fact. I did, however, feel compelled to come today to participate in the privilege of the floor and speak up after the events over the last number of weeks. That said, during the last privilege of the floor, a gentleman from New Berlin opened with comments on how we should conduct ourselves as a community, particularly during an election. While I thought it was a good reminder, I did recall thinking that it should go without saying, especially for adults, and particularly for our school board members, elected school board members. Apparently not. The last time I checked, elected school board members as are elected positions, and they're all, the positions you all hold are nonpartisan. When elected, your community is appointing you, and you have been selected as leaders in our community. You should act as such. This should include in-person, online, at meetings, one-on-one, emails, just to name a few. I will re-emphasize online. Recently, a board member made an online public post regarding a recently created informational New Berlin election page that highlights both community-selected issues and candidate responses pertaining to this next election, as well as other elections. In this post, they disparaged me and another community member of being a partisan actor. I'm still not clear as to why they feel this way, because no direct explanation has been given. In my opinion, this behavior is completely duplicitous, unprofessional, inappropriate, and not to mention completely baseless. It is divisive, unnecessary, hurtful, patently false, and not what we need from our leaders. As school board members, you are representing all of your constituency in New Berlin and should not be on the board to be pushing your own ideology or partisan agenda. Again, as elected members of the school board, are you not supposed to be nonpartisan? Back to the post that was made about me in this public forum. It also made the accusation of losing our way. I certainly feel that that is the case, and this board member may want to turn their finger around and self-reflect on themselves. Thank you very much, and thank you for your leadership during this difficult time.
Thank you. Next, we have Dakota Dye.
Hello, my name is Dakota Dye. My address is 15135 West Linwood Court. I'm a senior at New Berlin West High School. I've attended since my freshman year. Before high school, I went to Wauwatosa Whitman Middle School. Upon arriving at West, I immediately noticed differences between the districts, and many of them were good. For instance, I'm working towards an engineering major, and the engineering facilities in West are far superior. However, other differences are less desirable, the biggest of these being the blatant racism in our district. Until the age of 14, I had never heard a white person say the N-word, much less the hard R. But I heard not one but both of these words on my first day of high school. This was unthinkable to me at the time. The fact that one person would spend energy to be hateful to another was crazy to me. However, as I spent more and more time with these people, I began to realize they weren't going out of their way to be hateful. They were just misinformed. They had a lot of preconceived ideas about the world and little to no basis for them. Things like Black people live off the government. Black people don't have dads. Black people are criminals are all phrases I've heard thrown into a conversation without the basis of truth. To combat these false stereotypes, the school district needs to teach young students to investigate these claims and put a strong emphasis on empathy. Empathy is the key to ending unwarranted hate. Students need to learn not only facts about the history of Africans and African Americans, but also need to learn to put themselves in the shoes of others. The school district needs not only to teach that slaves were taken from Africa, but also ask students how they would feel if they were taken from their home against their will. This will lead to students thinking differently. After George Floyd was murdered, protests erupted, some peaceful, some not. And instead of asking why these protests have turned violent, many decided to worry about the businesses that were being harmed. They asked, why don't they protest peacefully? Not, what do you do after protesting peacefully in the wake of the deaths of Eric Gardner, Tamir Rice, Michael Brown, and so many others, and seeing no change? Kids are also very uninformed that white people have done many wrongs and slowed the progress of others. They learn nothing of white flight, the Tulsa Massacre, or the many atrocities committed by whites. The school district has the chance to do a great good, a greater good than any one person. They have the chance to affect the minds of uninformed youth. They have the chance to give young kids an information basis to form opinions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have I'm sorry if I'm saying this wrong, Meg McKenzie or McEnry? I couldn't read it, sorry.
My name is Meg McKenzie.
Thank you.
I live at 3942 South Victoria Circle, New Berlin. I am a mother of 4. My oldest 2 sons are recent graduates of Eisenhower. My 3rd son is a senior right now at Eisenhower. Sorry, it's hard to breathe in this mask right here. And my daughter will be a kindergartner at Elmwood this fall. I actually want to start by asking for respect for our students who have very bravely gotten up here to speak, and I hope that in the students that follow to speak that all board members will make eye contact with them and look at them when they speak, similar to students giving eye contact to teachers when they speak as a form of respect in the classroom. I moved to New Berlin 11 years ago solely for this school district. I actually knew nothing about New Berlin. I just wanted to make sure that my 3 boys had the most rigorous curriculum, the strongest school district that I could find. And academically speaking, I still feel as though I made the right decision. The teachers that this district has challenged my sons, held my sons accountable, and prepared them for higher education. I feel very privileged that I've been able to provide my children with the academic foundation that sets them up for success in college, and I feel extremely grateful to each and every teacher in this district that contributed to their success. As my husband and I prepare to send our daughter to kindergarten, though, I have doubts that New Berlin will provide her with the whole child education that I hope to give her. I've grown over the last 10 years, and I recognize that textbooks are not the only form of education important. My expectations surrounding education have changed, and I'm not sure that New Berlin has grown to meet those expectations. Giving credence to my concerns were the comments made by members of this board last month. The racially ignorant remarks made by several members of this board upset me. And not only because I had to accept that elected officials in my community would say such things, but because racism is communal and it's generational. You are elected to these positions and you promise to represent our community, all of our community. What do you think New Berlin residents who agree with you think when they hear you make these comments? They think that racism is okay and acceptable. What do you think our children think when they hear our elected officials making these comments? They think racism is acceptable and okay in our community. To echo what another concerned parent, West High School dad Justin Evans said a few weeks ago, New Berlin is 91% white. We are perhaps one of the least diverse communities in America, and that is exactly why we have an obligation to teach our students about racism and accurate American history. Although I believe that Black History Month should be celebrated, I also believe that Black history is American history, and it should be taught 365 days a year. Is that my time?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Jesse Chang?
Jesse Chang, 13835 West Morning View Court. When a gunman in Atlanta killed 6 Asian American women last week, there was no videotaped footage of the man shouting racial slurs. There was no note left at the scenes of the crime proclaiming white supremacy. That's not how racism operates these days. Here's how it works. When your daughter informs a teacher that she's being harassed on the playground, the response is to solve your own problem. When your daughter says kids are ganging up to exclude her, the teacher's response is that their story is different from yours, so there's nothing we can do. When your daughter says another student regularly makes fun of her name, makes faces at her, the teacher's response is, I didn't see anything. When your daughter is lingering on her iPad in front of the return cart, surrounded by several other students doing the same, the teacher approaches only her, snatches the device away from only her, and reprimands only her. When you as a parent talk to the teacher, the response is that these behaviors aren't immediately hurting your daughter, and that your child should bear the burden of enduring this treatment with grace and equanimity. Does my little girl have to be called coronavirus for racism to exist? No. These days, racism lives in what's unspoken. It loves the darkness of silence. And the way to defeat racism is with the spotlight of direct communication. We must train our students and staff to call racism out, and that begins by educating ourselves about the quiet ways in which racism works. So this leads me to ask, who tonight is going to hide behind their silence? Who is going to insist that racism isn't that bad? Who is going to suggest that what we're already doing is good enough? And who tonight is going to shine the light on the path toward a safer future for all our children? Who tonight is going to shine the light?
Thank you. Rachel Lauterbach.
Hello, my name is Rachel Lautenbach. My address is 1623 South 169th Street. I'm a current senior at New Berlin West. West has a great quality of education, and I am thankful to be a student enrolled here. However, it is severely outdated. Our definition of diversity inclusion in the curriculum as of February 22nd, 2021 is only making sure all students receive the same education, and this should be a given. Our students are learning a very whitewashed version of American history. As many speakers said at previous board meetings, a student's first exposure to Black history is through slavery and the Civil Rights Movement, which even then is vague and short. Their first exposure to Native American history is white men taking their land and being pictured as a group that hindered their great expansion west. Black history does not begin with slavery, just as Native American history does not begin with the Trail of Tears. These are all groups who thrived before these tragedies. With that, these are beautiful and unique cultures, and there are many others alongside them that are severely lacking representation in our curriculum. So, then what is it that we're missing from our curriculum? We need authors from other cultures sharing their cultural experiences. Our students of color are not seeing any inclusion of their customs in our school. They will feel isolated and different from others. We need to find ways to allow students to bring pieces of their lives into the classroom. All aspects of cultures are important and something to be proud of. We need to reconsider how we teach books like To Kill a Mockingbird that pass the idea that a white person is at the heart of the resolution of a Black person or any other person of color's problems, the whole idea of a white savior. In reality, people of color have fought hard and led their change themselves. At the same time, we also need to know that although there are these different cultures, we are all human and we all have the same emotions. All of these cultures experience joy, serenity, and huge accomplishments, not just tragedy. These accomplishments need to be celebrated, therefore we need to teach them. These things need to be incorporated into every class through every year and every grade level. We all know that all grade levels are more than capable of learning about these kinds of things. They can learn about white accomplishments and white tragedies, therefore they can learn about all other races too. through storybooks, educational videos, conversations, assemblies, activities, and many other formats. Students shouldn't wait to learn about social issues and other cultures through an optional class or an intervention outside of high school. Our curriculum needs to highlight that civil rights and discrimination issues did not disappear after the 1960s. Failure to do this results in many students going into their adult lives uneducated. This will continue into many generations. Outside of these suggestions, I think the school board should look into what Milwaukee and Madison school boards are doing for diversity and inclusion. This issue is about making our students of color feel safe, important, and represented, along with breaking the cycle of uneducated students. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeanette Nowak?
Jeanette Nowak, 14370 West Mailer Drive. Thank you to all the students who spoke. It's very brave of you, so thank you. Last year, I went to my supervisor to seek her advice about a dilemma I was having, and she made a statement that made me really change my way of thinking. Their perception is their reality, she stated to me. Their perception is their reality. I really want that to sink in. Their perception is their reality. What it means is perception is merely a lens or mindset from which we view people, events, and things. We personally believe what we perceive to be accurate and recreate our own realities based on those perceptions. And although our perceptions feel very real, that doesn't mean that they're necessarily factual. Since last year, I have shifted my own lens or mindset in the classroom and in my own personal life, as if I were that child or adult in that instance, and I got a greater understanding from where they were coming from and what their reality is. I was able to see the world differently through their perception, even though it was not my reality. Knowing this information, I could then cater to my students' needs and be a better educator for them. I could individualize instruction even further and connect in ways other educators could never be able to do. As an educator, it is my part of my professional responsibility to ensure that I continue to grow in the profession, to always be an advocate for my students, challenge, not accept when laws, morals, and ethics are being broken. Through my professional journey, I have benefited from being challenged to think critically and become educated on real-world issues that surround the community. As an educator, I feel that I am more valuable to my students because of my trainings in being culturally responsive and learning more about social justice and what it means to actually be diverse and inclusive, and how to help community with families. I feel really sad for educators that are limited by the glass ceilings in their district when it comes to being a well-rounded educator and with what DPI and other organizations have in place for educating students from diverse backgrounds. I feel really sad for educators who want to speak up but can't because they're afraid of losing their job or what their colleagues may think of them. I feel sick knowing that when students speak up, their voices are ignored against racism in schools by both adults and students. My heart breaks for the child that goes home crying because of hate statements made to them because of the color of their skin, disability, and/or sexual orientation. My heart breaks for the mom who has to hold her child tight and wipe the tears away and explain that the world is just not fair, especially here in New Berlin. My heart breaks for the families who move to the district because they want a better education for their child, but instead are treated differently from their peers for the same behaviors and continue to receive unfair treatment just because of the color of their skin. I urge the board and administrators to uphold the vision of the district to have students succeed in a diverse, change-oriented environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Steflinski? I'm sorry, I can't say names. I know.
Hello, Ann Shaflinsky, 5860 Foxhaven Court. I am looking forward to the diversity presentation and learning more about what the district's already doing in that area. Like most of the parents here and many of us, I love this district. I love the great staff, the facilities, the programs, but my heart hurts. I have now heard many firsthand accounts of racially charged incidents that have taken place in both of our secondary schools. And so have you, and including some pretty painful ones tonight. I do hope that the board considers asking tough questions about how many behavioral incidents are occurring and are being reported by persons of color, and how those are being handled, And what kind of reporting mechanisms are in place to ensure leadership has a real firm grasp on what is really happening in our schools? Every person in every building should understand that there's zero tolerance policy when it comes to racially driven or harassment linked to sexual orientation or any other protected groups. Every person must know that they can report and feel safe doing so. People must know that incidents will not be tolerated. Please hold people accountable. I think I'm going to stop there and yield the rest of my time to other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Dietrich.
Hi, Allison Dietrich, 2305 South Cron Road. Because of comments made by 3 board members at the February 22nd board meeting and subsequent discussions and debates among New Berlin residents, I have realized that right now is the time for me to learn. I'm currently diving deep into the history of racism and how it is perpetuated today, so thank you for jump-starting my journey. 2 weeks ago, there was a special on Channel 4 called Hidden Bias of Good People, presented by Dr. Brian Marks. It aired during prime time, so obviously an important and relevant issue. He defines inclusion as the act of creating environments in which any individual or group can be and feel welcomed, respected, supported, and valued to fully participate, regardless of their role or rank. Inclusion, as defined by Dr. Marks, is currently lacking in our schools, as evidenced by students reporting that they do not feel that way. As an occupational therapist, I appreciated the definition of inclusion given in the presentation, extremely accurate when put in the context of special education and related services, but I don't think that is what is in question here. When talking about diversity and inclusion as it relates to curriculum, I think many people jump to conclusions, as witnessed at the February 22nd meeting, when a board member stated, "I really think this goes down to character building, and not so much that we need to be telling white kids that, you know what, you're probably racist because you're white. This is really about character and not so much about race sometimes." But it is about race. As a predominantly white school district, we are protected from having to discuss racism at a deeper level. This is where we have the opportunity to add to and expand the curriculum. Focusing on character building is of course important, but without talking about race, we are really just continuing the outdated teaching of colorblindness. Dr. Marks stated, implicit bias is much more about the machinery of your mind than the content of your character. A second board member doesn't want us to get stuck up in the race is everything and stated, "I don't believe it is. We make it bigger than it is, and I have concerns about bringing that into the classroom." My question would be then, what exactly are you concerned about, and bringing what into the classroom? Talking about racism does not lead to more racism. I read this quote yesterday. If Black and brown children are old enough to experience racism, white children are old enough to learn about it. Less than 2 years ago, board members in this room approved forming a budget balancing task force to address the budget crisis that the district was facing. I'm asking the board to form a similar task force consisting of parents, students, staff, and community members to address our current crisis. Frederick Douglass said, "If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Let's work together to get through this struggle and make some progress." Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Morse.
Chris Motes, 5224 South Guerin Pass. Yeah, it's nice to be able to be admitted this evening, by the way. Wanted to just mention, after hearing dozens of folks say, there's a problem in New Berlin, and understanding that there were over 1,000 petitioners suggesting that same issue. Folks, I think there's a problem, okay? But the reason that I'm up here tonight, I wanted to discuss board conduct. This goes back to summer, and there was this wonderful resolution that made absolutely no sense at the time, not based on any real fact, that was sent to the state of Wisconsin saying, keep our district open. Well, you guys couldn't even get all the board members to sign on to that resolution. okay? You had board members interrupting other board members while speaking, asking questions in an antagonistic tone. And then fast forward to a few weeks ago, you had one board member come out and say some things that put us onto the local news channels. You know, folks, the citizens are paying you board members to be here. Act like responsible adults. You are failing us. Our children are watching you. You are not leaders. Start acting like adults and working as a team. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all of the speakers for this portion of the privilege of the floor. Now on to the president's message and announcements.
I'm sorry, Madam President, were there any speakers who we couldn't hear from?
We received 10, and all 10 spoke.
Very good, thank you.
Yes. And so in reference to that, I have a couple of pieces of misinformation that's been circulating since the last meeting I'd like to address. The first one was that there were 2 people at our last meeting that were turned away from privilege of the floor and were not allowed to speak. That is not correct. We received 12 forms, and all 12 people were allowed to speak. And we did go over time, 1.5 minutes, so nobody was cut off. Everybody who was in this room, who turned in a form, was allowed to speak, and I did confirm this with Diana. Also, there's been some misinformation regarding emailed statements, people being told that they do not hold as much weight as speaking at privilege of the floor. And I just want to assure you that all modes of communication with the board are equally valued and welcome. Also, just want to let you know about committees of the whole. There was some discussion that we were going to use that tonight, and that was disbanded after doing some more research and talking with the Wisconsin Association of School Boards Attorneys. Mentioned that we probably should have a policy in place before we do that. And we can talk a little bit more about that later when we get into the policy revision. So next then is the administrative team report. First is the elementary student representative update.
Sure, I'd like to start with our elementary student rep update from Orchard Lane. We've got Hyam, who is our student that is in person, and then we've got Lydia that's representing the students that are virtual.
Good evening, everybody. We are here to have our 6th grade student update from Orchard Lane. So I'm going to let our 6th grade star here introduce herself.
Hi, my name's Hyam, and I'm a 6th grader at Orchard Lane.
All right, Hyam, let's start out by talking a little bit about student council. I understand that you were very instrumental in helping us get student council back here at Orchard Lane.
So I basically stumbled on, there used to be a student council a couple of years ago here, and I really wanted to be in one. So me and my friend Riley, we decided to start one up. And a fundraiser that we're doing currently is a toy drive where all the students around the school are going to be donating toys into the boxes, and we're going to be taking them to Goodwill.
Awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. It's great to have a student council here. One of the things that we're doing here as a school is we are celebrating our core values, but it has to look a little different because of COVID. So tell everyone a little bit about the last school-wide celebration that we had.
So the last celebration that we had was, it was kind of a mix of both. It was the Dr. Seuss week, and then on Friday of that Dr. Seuss week, we had something called a Lights Out Day, which we turned off all the lights in the school, and then all we used was neon lights and stuff. And then for Dr. Seuss week, the nice thing was we got to wear pajamas on that day as well.
Awesome. It was a super fun week, and we're looking forward to our next couple celebrations too. Let's talk a little bit about COVID safety. That's something we're still working on. So tell us a little bit about how that's going from a student perspective.
We usually wear our masks all the time, but then sometimes we have mask breaks, which only a couple people have them, but they're always spread out. And we also use sanitizer a lot, and we're always cleaning the desks before we switch classes. And yeah.
Awesome. And last thing that we really want to talk about for our update is Tell us a little bit about the morning broadcast work that we've been doing both last month and this month.
So last month was Black History Month, so there were we had a couple kids like that were in broadcast for the 6th grade. They were talking about Black women and men that like kind of changed the world, like for segregation, like Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks. And then this month is Women's History Month, and we're doing the same thing, but like for women that changed the world. Like today we did Amelia Earhart, and yeah, and then we're also going to be doing Malala and a lot of other.
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to those presentations, and we have a lot of our 6th graders are actually helping out and presenting those things on our morning broadcast. All right. Well, Chaim, thank you so much for giving us an update on 6th grade, from a 6th grade perspective on Orchard Lane. And we really appreciate your leadership and all of your classmates as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So this is actually Lydia. She's the virtual student from Orchard Lane that'll give an update from her perspective.
All right, good evening, everybody. I am here with one of our virtual students from Orchard Lane, who's a 6th grader, and I'm going to let her introduce herself in a second here, but she's just going to give us some perspective on how things have been going in a distance learning capacity for this year. So, Lydia, I'm going to let you kind of introduce yourself, and then we'll start with some questions.
Hi, I'm Lydia. I have been doing online for the whole year now. I'm a 6th grader at Orchard Lane. And yeah.
All right, thanks, Lydia. First question, just give us a brief description of kind of what your experience has been like as a virtual student.
For me, it's been pretty good. In the beginning of the year, it was more difficult because it was kind of everyone just trying to figure stuff out. But now it's pretty smooth. One of the hardest things that like I guess I struggle with is just the self-motivation to get stuff done, because that can be hard. But I like having the freedom to like schedule out how I want my day to go, and if I need to be flexible for something, I can do that easily.
All right, no, great answer. One of the things that we're looking at as a district this year is, we have our forward testing, which is our state testing that we do, all across the state of Wisconsin. I know for a lot of our virtual families, they had to make a decision about could they come in and take the test at one of our schools, or would they be opting out? What did you decide, Lydia?
So I'm going in person to take the test on April 26th, I believe. And we're going to be going in person to Poplar Creek because they have a bigger gym. So I decided to go in person because I thought it would be easier.
Awesome. That would be great. Well, hey, good luck. And I'm sure it's going to go fantastic. So last question I have for you is, I know that when semester came, a lot of our families had to make a decision about whether they would remain in a virtual setting or whether they'd be coming back to in person. And when I talked to your mom a little bit before when we were setting this up, she told me that you really had to go through some decision-making process in order to kind of decide to stay virtual. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, in the beginning of the year, it was kind of like my family decided that we wanted to be online just for like the safety of like my grandparents and everything. Mm-hmm. So once the semester ended, I was able to choose if I wanted to go in person or stay online. I was gonna go in person because I just wanted to do that. Like it's my 6th grade year, I just kind of wanted to be there. But I decided that it would be the best for me to be online just because I'm like used to it now, and going back in person, I felt like it would be quite of a difficult transition because I'm used to all the ways that we've been doing school since the beginning. So I just thought it'd be easier because I'm just on track with everything and I know how things work.
That's awesome. I'm sure that wasn't an easy decision for you, but just the process that you did that you went through to get to the decision that you made is it's really, very grown up. You made like a really good decision. Hopefully, it sounds like things are going well for you. I know that you're going to do awesome things, when you get to Eisenhower next year. So anything else that you'd like to share with our school board this evening?
No, I don't believe so.
All right. Well, Lydia, thank you so much. It was wonderful to be able to sit and chat with you. And good luck to you the remainder of this year. And I'll definitely be keeping track of you as you get into Eisenhower next year. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So next we have our secondary school update for that of Eisenhower, and Nishi will provide her update as well.
Hello, here's some things going on at Ike right now. So the Ike journalism class is working on a day in the life of New Berlin / Ike project photo story, where they are capturing the school in person and virtual life and the community through photos in a week. They are also trying to show the dualities and connections between being in school, virtual, and in the community in general. Ike will also be partnering with New Berlin West to host a school-wide No Place for Hate virtual assembly for all students in grades 7 to 12 on March 26th. It will focus on the themes of anti-bullying, kindness, and the acceptance of everyone in the 45-minute live and pre-recorded sessions of the assembly. The schools will be following up with discussions and classes on that day. Our Act Ed Club also won the Division III state championship, and NHS induction will be happening March 31st to welcome incoming sophomores into the club. Also, Student Union organized a Spirit Week for St. Patrick's Day last week that included days of dress every single day and a trivia night that Wednesday. There's a new club at Ike called the Ike Culture Club, whose focus is to educate their members about different cultures and ethnicities. The president of this club is Aliska Liang. Also, girls varsity head coach Andy Monfrey was named the Waukesha Freeman Girls Basketball Coach of the Year. Ike also has a Herb Cole Excellence Scholarship winner, who is Nisha Bipar. And for sports, we have some all-conference players for girls and boys basketball, as well as hockey. Nikki Dienberg and Kylie Lemberger are first-team all-conference for girls basketball. Joshua Kruba is first-team all-conference for boys basketball, and Ryan Cook is all-conference for hockey. The state competition for DECA was earlier this month. We had one individual, Layla Kostasak, and two teams, Simon Featherston and Kevin Liu, as well as Pravithan Tanush Malapa, make it to internationals. Our middle school musical Shrek is also opening soon, and with May and AP exams coming up, teachers and students are making plans for AP testing. With all the changes this year, there's a lot to consider for each class, and students have the option to take the test virtual or in person. Thank you.
So those are our student updates. I'd like to move into the superintendent's update at this time. I do have two separate updates. The first one is basically our COVID update. I wanted to just let everyone know that we're extremely proud of our efforts, not only to stay safe, to stay open, as was evidenced by some of the students that shared their stories. We're most recently proud of the fact that we were able to get all of our staff members vaccinated that wanted to get vaccinated well in advance of the state and what the state health department had anticipated. Should we have followed in line with the state, we likely would still be waiting probably another month. And so I just want to point out that fact that, again, we were able to solidify those vaccines with a pharmacy and get everyone vaccinated that needed to. Again, we are looking at April 1st as being a virtual learning day for our students to allow our staff members to get their second dose. Most recently, we received information from the CDC that they were recommending changing social distancing guidance from 6 feet to 3 feet. Regardless of where the CDC is at, we take our direction from the Waukesha County Health Department. There are still a lot of details that need to be sifted through, and we have yet to get clearance from the Waukesha County Department of Health to make any sort of changes at all at this time. Quite honestly, regardless of the guidance that they may provide, we're not sure that we're going to move in that direction because, again, we believe that we've successfully navigated based on what we've done to date. Now, again, it's not suggesting that we won't move to it, but we have yet to make that determination. I also wanted to clarify that while we did ask our secondary students as they registered for their courses for next school year, we did ask them roughly who and how many were interested in a virtual-only option. We did receive, I think, roughly about 50 students between Eisenhower and West that were interested in that option, 712, and certainly that looks a lot different than it would at the elementary. When it comes to the elementary, at this time, we have yet to determine whether we will be offering a virtual option or not. We will be seeking feedback from families in May to help us guide and determine the feasibility of a possible virtual option for next school year. I do know that we are moving forward with our summer school programming as we had. We are going to be offering certainly in-person summer school learning, obviously with all the precautions that we've taken throughout the school year. We also believe that there may be an opportunity for virtual learning, but we have yet to get confirmation from the state on whether or not we'll be able to get those students counted for FTE and membership for revenue. The other item that I wanted to touch base on is what is Give Education Day. Give Education Day is a 24-hour online virtual fundraising event hosted by Alumni Nations to support K-12 public schools across the country. This is the first ever Give Education Day being celebrated in New Berlin. The School District of New Berlin partners with Alumni Nations to run our New Berlin Nation digital platform. The actual day is Wednesday, March 24, but donations have been coming in for at least a few weeks. We have a web page set up to allow individuals to donate. Donations are tax deductible and donors receive a receipt for their gift. Now, how will the funds be collected and be used? We plan to use the funds to enhance our Staff Appreciation Week, which this year is May 1st through the 7th. We have approximately 600 plus staff members. Typically, the board and administration celebrates our staff with a modest meal, usually breakfast provided by our food services department, and a small token gift. Examples of previous gifts included an SDNB branded pop socket, an SDNB branded plastic tote bag, and a coupon card for New Berlin area businesses. Depending on the amount of donations, we could enhance the meal and or the staff gifts. If we get an unexpected windfall of dollars, we can reevaluate what else we can do for our staff. Again, as this is the first ever Give Education Day, we aren't really sure what to expect as far as the amount of funds we'll receive. For that reason, we didn't want to overpromise or get too specific about what the funds would be used for. As of today, 3 o'clock, we've raised about $2,000 from 49 unique donors. Most donations have been for $20, though we have received one donation of $150, 6 donations of $100, and 13 donations of $50. That is my update.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Jenna, can I ask a question?
Yeah, you can ask clarifying questions.
On the virtual for feedback, are you going to be getting feedback on the experience as well as interest for next year?
Yes.
And I just had a question too. Thank you. So I believe that the state mask mandate expires on April 5th. Is our plan as a district to continue that if that is not renewed by the state of Wisconsin?
That's yet to be determined, and again, we'll work with the Waukesha County Health Department to make that determination.
Okay. And then I believe on the Give Education Day that you were saying that the monies used will be used to enhance the Staff Appreciation Week, which is the first week of May, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that was correct, right?
Yes.
That's what it's used for? Okay, thank you.
Okay, then we'll move on to the district reports, which includes the incident report. There isn't one this month from what I can see. And then the enrollment report, suspension report, and donation report. Ms. Unger, would you read the donation report, please?
We received a $100 donation from Kasenja Kokovanich in support of Elmwood Elementary, a $3,000 donation from Elmwood Home and School to support the Playworks purchase, $315 donation from the Poplar Creek PTO to support first grade field trip, $242.57 from CAF America and Cyber Grants to support the Best Buddies program at Ike. Thank you to all of our donors.
Thank you. And then on to the consent agenda. Are there any items that should be pulled out for separate consideration? Hearing none. Let's see here. Can I have a motion then to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Helmer and a second by Ms. Unger to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Susan?
Yes, from the phone. Thank you.
Sorry, Susan. Motion passes. Yes. Then on to the regular agenda. First up is discuss approve long-range facility plan.
Kelly, I'll need you to drive this presentation for me since you have the clicker over there by you. I just wanted to simply just iterate where we've been with regard to our long-range planning process. These are the dates, so over the course of the last couple of months, we've been putting plans together. The board initially approved preliminarily a plan based off of their initial request of having $350,000 and then gradually up to $1 million within 4 years. We were able to deliver that to the board. The board approved that plan, and then we further discussed other options for capital improvements based on utilization of fund balance, as well as that of possible ESSER funds, and so on. At the last meeting, we went through a lengthy conversation and talked about what those items would be. So these were the preliminary 4 years of projects approved. This was the funding for it. And then we discussed Fund 41. And again, I just want to clarify, Fund 41 is not to be determined at this point. That is something that Patrick will actually bring to you in the preliminary budget, which will be brought forth to the board in June. For the preliminary budget will be the first meeting and then approved in the second meeting, which is approved so that we can begin spending for the upcoming school calendar year or the school year. And then obviously we have our annual meeting and budget hearing in September. We also talked about ESSER funds, and a point of clarification with ESSER funds, we have received the first round, which was not much, to the tune of roughly $90,000. Tens of thousands of those dollars had to be shared with the private schools. We are anticipating significant dollars coming in for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, dollars that have already been spent on behalf of COVID and us opening our schools. But we certainly do not want to spend money we don't have yet. So we'll be bringing those dollars back to the board to determine what, if anything, related to capital projects the board would want to do with those dollars. Then again, specifically, we talked about fund balance and the spend down of fund balance. We recommended that we do go ahead and maximize the fund balance that we have, spend that down and implement that towards capital projects. And this was the explanation behind it. We're currently in a very comfortable spot with our fund balance being at the end of the year to be at roughly 26%. The board's policy reflects that we have to have at least 10%, so we're well above that mark. Hence why we are recommending that we spend that down. And in the next slide, you'll see what that would look like. So again, this was what the board had tasked us with initially. And then with the fund balance spend down of these dollars, it would get us to a total funding amount that you see here. We did reprioritize the projects. Again, what you'll note though is the projects that were preliminarily approved by the board in that 4-year proposal, those will get done within 3 years. And then what you'll see is an additional 2 years of funding that include things like LED lighting and PA replacements and other one-off projects. And then this is what the fund balance will look like as we look to spend this down. As a point of clarification, this is a plan. So this is what we'll head into going into those years. But should something dramatically change or drastically change, we will revisit the plan. And with that, we would recommend approval of the capital project improvement plan as presented.
Okay, since this is an action item, do I have a motion to approve the long-range facility plan update as presented?
So moved.
Seconded.
So I have a motion by Mr. Helmer and a second by, was that Ms. Unger? To approve. Any discussion? No discussion today? Okay, then can we move on to voting? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Susan?
Yes.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Well, that never happens. But we'll take it. Thank you.
Okay. Up next is the diversity inclusion presentation follow-up. Susan?
I'm still here.
Okay, all right. I'm going to pull Jeff into the call here.
While we're waiting, why don't we have our team come on up? Socially distanced, of course.
Hello.
Hi there. Hold on.
Okay.
Susan?
Yep.
I'm still
No,
here.
this job.
Okay, excellent. All right. Thank you.
It sounds like we have everybody on. We're going to go ahead and get started because this is quite the lengthy presentation. As mentioned, we did bring forth a presentation about a month ago to start the conversation related to diversity and inclusion in the school district of New Berlin. Our attempts are the following. We want to share with you at this time a bit more detail than we did at the last meeting. The last meeting, we were simply trying to set the stage for these details. We will be sharing those things with you throughout this presentation. Again, I do want to clarify that our strategic goals are aligned to ensuring that we are educating all of our students, every single one of them. Our mission and our vision and our strategic goals are aligned to making sure that that happens. And then we support the vision of our graduate by the following. Again, these are our operational definitions of diversity and inclusion. I understand that other districts may have their respective definitions, but this is where we've been working from with related to diversity and inclusion in the school district. As a point of clarification, there are many pieces already in place as it relates to policies and procedures that protect our students and staff. We do have non-discrimination policies. We have a bullying policy. We have training. And we have accountability reports to the state. So while I understand for some this may all be new information, this is information that we deal with on an ongoing basis. We have been, and we will continue to do so. And on behalf of Nicole Jones, who couldn't be here tonight, I will be presenting the information related to the employment services information. This slide shares with you the makeup of our staff by demographic and how that compares to our students. And what you'll find is that the two groups, actually there are three groups that are most underrepresented, and that's our Asian and Hispanic populations in terms of staffing demographics, and that our male students are also underrepresented by our staffing demographics as well. What I will share with you is that second bullet point, that's quite common. I'm not going to read this slide to you, but I do want to clarify that we certainly do take recruiting for diversity very seriously. We have, and we will continue to do so. These are all things that we currently do and have been doing for quite some time to recruit staff to try and get that alignment more in place as you look against a couple slides back to ensure that we do have that alignment with, again, the two populations that we're failing in right now, which is Hispanic and Asian. And with that, I'll hand it back over to the teaching and learning team.
Okay, good evening. For those of you who don't know me, I am Dr. Kelly Sanders. I'm the Chief Academic Officer for the school district, and here is my lovely team behind me. I have Amanda Mazurkowitz, who is our Director of Student Services, Kelly Kwiatkowski, who is our Director of Secondary Teaching and Learning, and Brady Ranke, our Director of Elementary Teaching and Learning. So I wanted to start out by reminding everybody that we do have an equity district action plan that is based off of a lot of data that we reviewed to assure that we are meeting our strategic goals as well as how they align. As this presentation does have links in it, so if you want to dig into that information, you can definitely do so. If you look at our overall enrollment over the past several years, like I said, and Joe said, we're just going to kind of let you look at our demographics over the last 3 years. I do want to emphasize with everybody as we go through this presentation that when we talk about subgroup size, it does actually impact the data. So SDNB has smaller numbers of students in certain demographic categories compared to other categories. So if a group size is small, which means less students are needed to impact the data. For instance, 4 out of 10 students equals 40%, but also 4 out of 100 is 4%. So it's sort of really looking at the cell size and understanding that if there's only a few students in a particular subgroup, one, we may not even have the data to be able to share because the demographic group is so small that we actually cannot share that data. So you'll see some of that as the team kind of goes through this. This is our attendance at the elementary level over the past 3 years. This presentation will be published, so if you want to look at it later, it is published. It is also showing live on YouTube right now, so you can rewatch if you choose to. Secondary attendance data as well.
I'm a tad bit taller than Dr. Sanders, so give me a second here. As your Director of Student Services, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about special education data, and I'm also going to talk about some behavior data. So the next few slides are really focused on special education data. This first one looks at the number of students who qualified, or the percentage I should say, also, and the percentage that did not qualify for special education services over the last 3 years. What you'll notice is that we have had a decrease in the number of referrals that have come to us. And in fact, we actually had a bigger decrease this year than what's depicted. And the reason for that is we actually had to do a number of evaluations this year that were pushed off from last year, from spring and summer, due to the state of emergency and our buildings not being open and safe for us to conduct those evaluations at that time. So we're actually trending a little bit even lower than what's here in terms of the number of referrals. What's not disaggregated for you is the differentiation between parent referrals and district referrals. These are both lumped together for you in this data. We also have the ability to disaggregate data by certain demographics as it relates to students who are in our special education program and those who have, on the next slide, look at our overall program. This slide looks at the percentage who've qualified and the percentage who have not qualified. You will see that we have an underrepresentation of Asian and white students compared to our overall enrollment demographics in special education, and we have disproportionality in terms of an overrepresentation of students who are Black, students who are Hispanic, and students who identify with 2 or more races in special education. And this slide just shows you that overall makeup of the program in general, whereas the other slide looks at the number of referrals and who qualified over the past 3 years. I did want to make a note actually on the last slide too. As Dr. Sanders talked about us developing an equity DAP or district action plan around equity, a lot of the work with special education was involved in that. And one thing that we discovered is that we do have a number of students, actually at the time at least 50% of our students with IEPs who are Black came to us with IEPs. And so we were also looking at intervention data as well as our universal practices to really look at what's happening before special education occurs, because hopefully we have culturally responsive practices and interventions in place to prevent the likelihood of students being referred to special education in the first place. Here, it's a little bit small, but you can see, and you can refer back to the presentation, this is the demographic makeup of our talented and gifted program in the district as well. The next few slides are talking about behavior data. One thing that's important to note is that this looks at the number of infractions and at both the secondary and elementary level. The percentage means that that's the percentage of students who committed an infraction that identify with a particular group. Just like Dr. Sanders talked about before, a few students can impact the data one way or another. So what we did not show you for confidentiality purposes of students due to our smaller cell size with some of our demographics is the number of students that actually make up that percentage of infractions. So you don't know by looking at this data whether, for example, students who identify as Asian at the secondary level, that 5% of those infractions were committed by students who identify as Asian. You don't know whether that's 2 students that committed 5% or 100 students that committed that 5%, if that makes sense. And again, this slide just shows you last school year, and the next slide that I'll flip to in just a moment shows you to date this school year. I think it's also important to note as administrators work together with our teacher teams that not all infractions yield the same consequence. That's something that we're working really hard together as a team to look at the whole child and to look at what's warranted based on the situation, and also to use opportunities to teach students when an infraction is committed so that hopefully we're not seeing repeat offenses. We do have students who have significant behavior challenges in our district, just as all districts do. And so administration teams and teacher teams work together to have very specific plans for some individual students too, to support their behaviors in our classrooms. I'm going to give you a moment to look at this slide and to just read some operational definitions. As Superintendent Garza talked about earlier, we are obligated to report some of our data in terms of accountability, both publicly to our board and also to the state. Pupil non-discrimination is one of those areas. And so for the purposes of the next couple of slides, we're going to be looking at these protected classes as well as discrimination, harassment, and bullying. What you'll notice on this slide and the next slide is that we have a downward trend in terms of the amount of incidences that have been reported to the district that involve harassment, student-to-student harassment. Correct. So the trend, it's trending down. Now you could argue that last school year, we missed a quarter of school, but only having 9 incidents reported to us, you could still extrapolate the fact that we would still trend downward, even if we projected out what that quarter might look like that we were virtual for our students. And then here's our bullying data. Again, we're looking at a 3-year trend. In the board, you get this report from Student Services Department annually in fall as well to look at the incidences of bullying, as well as some of the trends that we're noticing and what we're doing about it. Overall, we're seeing a reduction in cyberbullying, and we're seeing a reduction in targeting students based on socioeconomic status and social status, as well as their appearance. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to talk about some of the celebrations with data and also dig into more of the academic data for you.
So another thing just to note that even when we looked at the infraction data, we have to remember that a student could actually be in 3 different demographic groups. So when you look at an Asian student, they could be economically disadvantaged and they could have an IEP. So oftentimes when you're looking at an infraction, it could be one student that may be in 3 or 2 different demographic groups. So as you look at that data, just something to think about. At the end of every year, we do a survey of our students, 4th through 12th grade. We do a survey of our parents, and we do a survey of our staff. The past 2 years, we've actually had our students identify their demographic group so that we could actually start to drill down and try to figure out and target certain behaviors that maybe we're not aware of. So some of those celebrations that we've noticed, especially in the elementary data, is that 95% of our diverse student population believe their teachers care for them, compared to 94% of students who identify as white. 91% of our diverse student population agree or strongly agree they feel safe at school, compared to 94% of our students who identify as white. We do have some growth opportunities. We always have growth opportunities where we need to do more with perseverance and growth mindset, specifically with our students who are Hispanic and Black, and need to support our students who are Hispanic and Black to feel more successful at school. Those were some of the questions that they had to respond to. At the secondary level, you can see some of those celebrations. 84% of our diverse student population agree or strongly agree their teachers care about them, compared to 88% of students who identify as white. And then 80% of our diverse student population agree or strongly agree they are provided opportunities to maximize their potential, compared to 85% of students who identify as white. Also, same thing with the small cell sizes, and this is something that we're going to continue to monitor over time. As you can see, there are several growth opportunities here that we want to continue to focus on, and these will be more intentional as we continue to move forward. You can see that we have a lot of strategies already in place related to SEL, mental health, and student engagement. We do have a mental health advisory committee that's made up of parents, school staff, district administrators, and local mental health providers. We do SABRS as a social emotional learning screener every year. You will hear Brady talk later a little bit more about Second Step, but we do have Second Step at the elementary level and at the middle school level next in health this year, and then it will be an advisory next year, and then we are adding DBT skills for schools. These are all live links here, so you can go in and learn a little bit more about the things that we have put in place related to In the Silence Challenge Day, and as you heard earlier from our student rep, No Place for Hate, that is coming up. Securely is our safety mechanism, so if we do see any targeted behaviors or internet, bullying or searches, that's where we have Securely, and that was how we would be notified. And then we also have different partnerships in the area, especially with our partnership with Family Services, which is on-site mental health care for elementary and secondary.
Could you please go a little deeper in the universal design for learning? Not specifically you have the detail board, but can you talk more about that, Kelly? Because UDL is something that we've taken seriously here. We don't just give it lip service, and it is about all students and being fully inclusive with all of our students. And that's a strategy that we've been on the road since, actually, Kelly, since right around the time you got here.
Yeah,
it's now been 5 years ago. So
we have had a universal design for learning focus for several years, and actually at our elementary and secondary, they have built in some talking points around what we're doing with UDL as it relates to when we start talking about curriculum. So I'm going to let them dive in, but if you have any further questions after they get through their kind of curriculum instruction pieces, we would be more than happy to come back and talk about that. But it is really to address all students and giving them voice and choice in how they learn and how they show their learning through a variety of ways. We also have a lot of professional learning opportunities for our staff. You can read through those yourself, and if you have any specific questions about any of them, we definitely can address those at a later time. And then I'm going to have Mr. Reinke come up and talk about elementary data.
All right. And I'm a little taller than all of them. So it's nice to be here tonight. Nice to see everybody. Thank you to everyone who came out. My job tonight is to share a little bit about our elementary programming. I'm going to start with just a broad overview of some of the data that we have available to us. So the first data points that I'm going to share is our forward data. Forward data, as most people in the room know, forward comes once a year. We did not take it last year. So the data that I'll be sharing is actually 2 years old, just simply because with the pandemic, we did not have it last year. We are scheduled to do it this year, so we'll be able to update you on that data as soon as it's unembargoed. Just a couple things to remember with forward data. This is an assessment that gives kind of grade level. It assesses grade level standards. Then the state sets cut scores for us, and students fall into one of 4 categories based on the cut scores that are set. They're either advanced, proficient, basic, or below basic. We obviously in our data we want 100% of our students to be advanced or proficient. We're not there, but we have pretty intense systems of intervention to meet the needs of all of our kids who are falling below. So here you can see the first slide kind of shows a breakdown of our forward scores. On the left-hand side are the last 3 years in the school district in New Berlin. This particular slide is broken down by race. On the right-hand side, you can see how the state average shakes out with the same race. Obviously, you can see we have a few subgroups there that don't have enough people to report out on, so we're not able to get that data to you to report publicly. Similarly, in English language arts, on the left-hand side is the school district in New Berlin. On the right-hand side is the state average. As you can see, our scores for the majority of our subgroups fall considerably above the state average, which is something we're proud of. Obviously, like I said before, though, we want to continue to grow that amount of kids in our advanced and proficient range. The next data point here is the same thing, but socioeconomic status. Again, you can see with our students, both our socially economically disadvantaged students and our students who are economically advantaged, they are both scoring well above the state average in both reading and in math. Again, something we continuously dig into, though, to look at how can we continue to increase our scores with that. And then finally, students by disability. We find that our students with disabilities do score lower on our forward exam. You can see actually in the last administration we did score just a slight bit below the state average, especially in both ELA and math. The next data points that I want to share with you is MAP. Now, MAP is a little bit different. We've talked about this before, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time explaining it. It's an assessment where as kids keep getting answers correct, they keep getting harder questions. And if kids are getting answers wrong, they get a little bit more challenging, or they get less challenging questions. So it gives us a really good picture of where our students are at. One of the things then MAP does is it produces a norm, and that's based on a national score. MAP does not create norms for different subgroups of students. It just it's a national norm that we have. One of the things to remember about norms is that the 50th percentile. When you think of it from a statistical standpoint, 50% of your kids statistically would score above the norm. 50% of your kids statistically would score below the norm. So let's just take a look. Again, you can see This is 3 years of winter map data. Winter isn't always the best one to look at, but I pulled winter simply because we didn't have spring last year. We don't have spring yet this year. And fall data, we shared with you a couple months ago. So you can see the majority of our subgroups kind of fall within that 50% range of 50% of our students scoring above that 50th percentile. Much like our forward data, our students who are Asian and students who are white tend to score a little bit higher than our other subgroups. Again, here's a breakdown of our economically disadvantaged and economically advantaged students, and our students with disabilities in both reading and in math. You can see again that's really our the subgroup that doesn't kind of fall within that 50% range. But I will say that this data does look a bit more promising than our forward data looked. So we're excited about that. I'm going to turn it over now to Kelly to talk a little bit more about the secondary data.
Hi, thanks for having me. So we're going to start with something that you've seen already this year, our 2020 Secondary College and Career Readiness Dashboard. So when we look at subgroups within this dashboard, our biggest disparity is our students with disabilities. They are not meeting the indicators such as our other subgroups. When you look at 4-year graduation rates, which is the standard to look at, and this is pulled off of the state WISE public portal, you can see that we don't have a whole lot of subgroups populating, and that's because we have too few students to publicly talk about because we don't want to identify them. So you can see that overall we're very comparable to our neighbors to the south and to the north. The one area we did see a dip in was our students who are Hispanic, and I can say they're projected to be 100% graduation rate. When you look at it by socioeconomic status, you can see it like our neighbors to the north and south. We also have a disparity 2 out of the 3 years. And our biggest disparity occurs with students with disabilities. So our students with disabilities did not perform at the same graduation rate as students without disabilities. One reason for this is we had more students enter in this past year our robust programming for students who are 18 to 21-year-old. So that would be something like Project Success or Pathways. So they're still with us, they're still getting some key programming, but they don't count as a 4-year graduator. I bet they'll count as 6-year graduation. So if we looked at the 6-year graduation rate, that would probably tell us a different story. I don't want to say probably, it would. So forward, Brady talked to you a little bit about the forward data at the secondary level, grades 7 through 12. That's a little bit different. So these students, our students take forward in 7th grade and 8th grade of spring. They also take just the social studies test in 10th grade. Otherwise, they do the ACT Aspire. So when you look at the percentage of students who are proficient or advanced, and you look at our subgroup data, you can see that all of our subgroups, to the left, that's New Berlin. I know those graphs are kind of hard to see, but to the left, it's New Berlin. To the right, it's the state of Wisconsin. When you look at 3 years longitudinally, all of our subgroups in the area of mathematics are outperforming the states. Again, here it is with socioeconomic. We have a smaller gap than the state, but we still do. And same thing, New Berlin on the left, state at the right, and you'll see that our biggest gap is in the area of students with disabilities versus students without. Now let's talk about ELA. So ELA, again, most of our subgroups are outperforming the state with an exception of spring 2018. Our students with who are from 2 or more races did not perform at the state level. You can see all of our other groups did. Here it is by socioeconomic ELA and disability ELA. Advanced placement is something I've talked about before. Our goal is students score a 3 or above in the May exams. And this is the percentage of exams that were 3 or more. So our students who are Asian, Black, and white are outperforming the state average, with our students who are 2 or more races and Hispanic very close to the state average. Our gap is much smaller than the state's gap for students with AP 3 or above for economically disadvantaged. And I don't have anything to report publicly for our students with disabilities from New Berlin because that cell size is too small, but here's what the state's data looks like. Another focus when you look at our equity plan is females in career education. So this is an issue within the state, within the region, and within our school district. So we track the number of females we have taking computer science and information tech courses, and I'm proud to say between 1819 and 1920, we moved up 11 females. As a parent of 3 girls, I want that even higher. Same thing for manufacturing, engineering, and construction. We have increased the number of girls by 12. We would like that even more. ACT scores. The 2020 scores are still embargoed, so I'm still reporting to you on the spring 2019 scores. I pulled some of our neighbors in Waukesha County K-12 districts. Not all of them are there, but the majority. And we are on the left. So we are that light blue bar when we have enough students to populate in each of the subgroups. So our students who are Asian, students who are Black, and our students who are Black are outperforming all of the other groups and communities that I pulled in the area of ELA when you look at the percentage of proficiency. Our students who are Hispanic and white are near the top. The same holds true for the area of math in ACT. And this is our juniors math test, so we're comparing apples to apples. And the same also holds true when you look at students' composite scores. When you look at how our juniors scored by economic status, you can see there is a gap, but our students who are not economically disadvantaged are near the top, as well as our students who are. And here's our ACT data by students without disabilities versus students with disabilities. We're also going to look at MAP data. At secondary, students take the MAP assessment in grades 7, 8, 9, and 10, with the exception of some of our advanced math students who exit out after geometry. Again, as Brady said, it's normed nationally. When you look at some of our subgroups, you can see our students who are Asian and our students with 2 or more races are outperforming our students who are white, Hispanic, and Black, with our students who are Black performing the lowest. I was excited to see for math that all of our subgroups increased from winter of last year to winter to this year. And here's our reading scores, with our students who are Asian outperforming our other students, and our students who are Black performing at the same rate as our students who are white, with our students who are Hispanic or 2 or more races performing slightly behind them. Here it is by economically disadvantaged students. To the left is math, to the right is reading. In 2020 is the orange bar. Same thing for students with disabilities. So you can see we saw some growth both in math and reading this past winter when you look at our students with the disabilities and their proficiency. And now I'll hand it over to Brady.
All right. So I want to touch just a little bit on some areas of our curriculum to address some questions that have come up and just in general to give everybody a little bit of an overview. I am passionate about these things. Obviously, I have two kids in our district, a second and a fourth grader, both at Ronald Reagan. So we're living the experience with the majority of people that are here. So I want to talk first about Second Step. Second Step is our social and emotional program that every week students go through Second Step lessons. Within Second Step, there's multiple units throughout the course of the year. The two that I wanted to just point out to you are really this unit that happens at every single grade level, obviously in age-appropriate ways, dealing with empathy, teaching kids how to be empathetic to within their classrooms, as well as this problem-solving unit, right? Like, how do we respond when things don't happen the way we want them to, or don't happen how we should. Again, like I said, Second Step happens on a weekly basis with all kids K through 6 in our elementaries. Second Step is also in the midst, and one of our elementary schools is piloting some different things, some different resources that are becoming more and more culturally responsive and diverse. And they've also released in 2021, that just came out actually in February, some new lessons in the area of diversity and inclusion that we're currently looking at, reading through, vetting, and then we'll make alignment to which grade levels we believe are they'll fit well within. So that's Second Step. Our social studies standards. One of the things I want to point out is the social studies standards. There was a question a bit ago on, about the standards being old and not updated. Actually, the social studies standards were updated in 2018, they're relatively new. Our social studies curriculum is called TCI. It's the main resource that we use right now. TCI is really a neat program, and it's been a good program for us in that first it provides a very diverse, like the textbooks have a very diverse groups of pictures. It points out the differences throughout our schools. There's also an real big emphasis on citizenship as well as service. How do we build on that empathy things that we're learning in Second Step, and then how do we move that out to a more of a global perspective? Again, you can see here, I'm not going to go really in depth into it. You can kind of read through it. But really, you can see across the top each year, our kids are focusing on, the topics that they're focusing on throughout. Really starts kind of getting to know themselves, and then themselves in the world, and then they'll move all the way through and learn about American history, and then history of the ancient world. I want to talk a little bit about ELA, our ELA curriculum, especially in our 4th, 5th, and 6th grades, really starts to focus on being good consumers of information. And so on the left-hand side, you can see there some of the different topics that our kids are engaging with. One of the stories, if you remember, a couple of years ago, I told you a story. I was in a 5th grade classroom, and there were kids that were doing some reading and some debate. And I asked one of the students, what are you studying? And I can't remember what they were working on at the time, but she's like, yeah, these two different issues. And I said, well, what do you think about it? She's like, well, I'm going to suspend my judgment until I have all the facts. So it was a really neat lesson, and it's something that's kind of stuck with me, that I've loved that unit for a very long time. Again, the social or the ELA standards are updated this year. Kelly and I have been working with some colleagues across the area to get to learn them, because we'll lead our staff through a kind of a program review to make sure things are aligned. Also, one of the things that's been really great is this concept of classroom libraries. We've been pouring lots and lots of books into classrooms. We have two literacy coaches within our district. one of the things that they consult frequently is a diverse book list from the Teachers College out in New York. They're the creators of our curriculum resource, and they spend a lot of time making sure that we're providing a really diverse array of books in our classroom libraries. Again, part of that review next year will be a classroom library audit, just to make sure that all of our classrooms do have a diverse selection of books within them. I just want to point out, because I know a question came up about the characters in the books that kids are getting read to. We've got read alouds, which are a way of teaching reading. I went through and you can see the kind of the breakdown of how the main characters shake out in those books. Obviously, 33% of those books were nonfiction books, which is actually a really great thing that our kids are being exposed to more and more nonfiction. And then you can see that there's a pretty good breakdown of the different characters. On the left-hand side are read aloud books, and then on the right-hand side are K2 students engage in shared reading, and those are the shared reading books that they engage in. Finally, I'll end. Our librarians also spend a huge amount of time doing research on making sure that the collections in our libraries are diverse. They work with the CCBC in Madison. That's the Cooperative Children's Book Center on the UW-Madison campus. So they continuously review books that are coming out. One of the really neat and exciting things that our software program that runs our libraries is doing is they're in a beta phase of doing audits, diversity audits of our collections. So this spring, we're going to be working in, well, hopefully it's in a beta phase. So we'll have a little bit better view of how the collections in each of our elementary schools are doing from a diversity standpoint. So that's just a little bit. I hope I was able to answer some of the questions that have come up. I'm going to turn it over to Kelly.
Thanks. So I think one exciting result of our equity plan was recently we were able to purchase 1,400 across the district diverse books. So nonfiction, fiction, different authors, different characters for our K-12 libraries. And I forgot to, I'm sorry, Amanda, include our students with disabilities on here, especially at the secondary level. So we want all students to be able to come to the library regardless of their reading ability and be able to check out text. So add them on this slide too. We also have tried really hard to create equal access to programming. And what I mean by that is to break down barriers so students can enter in AP courses, dual enrollment classes. And so we took a really hard look at some of our prerequisites and asked ourselves, do these really need to be prerequisites and why? And so we have decreased the amount of prerequisites. We've added more on-site dual enrollment to make it accessible for students who might not have transportation or gas money. We also provide transportation for our students in the WCTC Dual Enrollment Academy, so transportation is not a barrier for them to be able to access that coursework. In middle school, we've really tried hard to be more inclusive. And you can see this here. So ELA between 7th and 8th grade have different themes. And one of my favorite units is how do we learn history through literature and how might that be a little bit different than informational text? So one example through ELA in 7th and 8th grade at West and Eisenhower, we have our students listen to a Holocaust survivor speaker. And within our social studies focus groups, which we'll hear a little bit more about, we heard that the speaker was really impactful to our students. We weren't able to do this in 2020, and 2021 will look a little bit different. We're actually using the HEDC to come in and provide us with a stand up, don't stand by presentation in lieu of a survivor speaker that's through the lens of the Holocaust. We also added more choice books. So when Dr. Sanders talked about universal design for learning, UDL, that includes a lot more voice and choice in what the students want to read about, what they want to learn about within a unit in English language arts. So you might have 4 different choices of books that you want to read underneath a theme for you to be able to select one. Also within UDL is mastery-oriented feedback and very clear goals. So these are just a few examples. They're certainly not all of the examples that we have in ELA. We also have added Newsela. Let's see, this is the 2nd year that we have it. So those in the audience who might be sophomores, juniors, or seniors wouldn't have access to this, and it's nonfiction articles that really promote some discussion and critical thinking. One example that we have is Christopher Columbus, Pros and Cons of Celebrating Christopher Columbus Day. Social studies in 7th grade is a world geography focus. In 8th grade, it is the first part of US history. Next year, we're adding second step back in to advisory, and that really is an empathy and critical thinking, problem solving, social emotional curriculum. This summer, we added equity and AP committee comprised of educational leaders and teachers to examine our AP trends and look at it through demographic groups, just as we did with our data here today. In English 912, we continue to budget for additional choice books. Here's some of the books that we are either choice or mandatory through our curriculum. These are just a few. In 10th grade, our entire 10th grade curriculum focuses on research and world themes, and these are just some of the units that we have within that curriculum. We've changed that about 5 to 6 years ago. Also, like elementary, we will be going into an English language arts alignment this next year, and part of that is taking a deep audit of our poems, texts, and novels to make sure they are diverse enough and rigorous enough. In math, we selected resources that were inclusive. In fall, we had a challenge day for select students at both Eisenhower and West. And so that was a program that really talked about behaviors, how you can change unhealthy behaviors, how you can be more empathetic and inclusive. And then on Friday, we're gonna have a No Place for Hate presentation for all of our students in grades 7 through 12 at both Eisenhower and West. And this, again, is an anti-judgment, inclusive presentation that really should be great, and it's by the Anti-Defamation League. Here's an example of our courses that we have in social studies. In 9th and 10th grade, students need to take one world social studies experience, whether that's AP Human Geography or World Studies, and then one US experience, which is either AP US History or 20th Century US. Those green circles are courses that we've added within the last 5 to 6 years. You can see that one of the electives that we have is sociology that we've added, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that specific class. We added it because it's a universal transfer credit agreement within the UW system and the technical system, which means students who take it through WCTC here on our campus get free credits, and it transfers to any UW school. So that's part of the reason why we added it, not the whole picture. So in social studies, I talked to you a little bit about 9th and 10th grade. In 20th US and World, we've really tried hard, especially over the past year to 2 years, to think about what kind of multiple perspectives we can bring into that course. So here's 2 examples, a couple examples that we have right on the presentation. Sociology is a course where we look at stratifications, racial, gender, social, and we also talk about cultural differences and awarenesses and how our cultures might impact our behaviors. AP Human Geography is another course that talks about cultural awareness, where people live, why they live there, and how they move. So any social studies course, we really do try to approach topics with multiple lenses and multiple perspectives so students can critically think and analyze for themselves. Here's our units in world studies. So when you talk about that 9-10 course, if students don't take AP Human Geography, they do take this course. We also have some extracurricular and club activities at both Eisenhower and West, and here are a few that are inclusive and promote diversity. We also have some opportunities for students to be leaders and give input, and you can see those on the bottom as well. We celebrate students who build a resume around cultural awareness. When the state came out with this, we were one of the first districts to jump on board and offer it to our students as part of our College and Career Readiness Initiative. So we offer this State Global Scholar Award at graduation for seniors. We're projected to have about 12 students with that, this graduating class of 2021, and that would be the highest that we have. One question that I got was, how do we compare to other districts? The state doesn't collect this data on like the WISE- portal, so I don't have that at my fingertips, but it is a celebration that we really value. And as Dr. Sanders is walking up, I do want to say that even though some of our subgroups were not populated, we do keep track of these students, and we want all of our students to succeed.
Pay particular attention to this slide because we will be addressing this as we ask you to review the social studies resources coming up as one of our next agenda items.
That is exactly what I was just going to say.
Oh.
So you stole it, so thank you. So yes, this is kind of our run through of how we choose resources in the school district. This is a common practice for most school districts, but I want to really highlight these are the steps that we always take when we are reviewing a resource, similar to what we did with math last year. I want to kind of briefly go over some of our actions and strategies moving forward. No district is perfect. We all know that we have areas that we want to grow and improve on because we want to make this an excellent school district for all of our students. And so some of the things that we want to do is we want to continue to monitor all academic, social, emotional, and behavioral data. Like Kelly just said, just because we don't have a DPI subgroup size does not mean that we do not take and support every single student who may be underperforming or need additional supports. We want to continue to collect survey data from staff, students, and families. And this year we will be adding demographic data to our parent survey so that we can actually desegregate that information a little bit more. We want to continue to seek curricular resources, instructional strategies to meet all students' needs. We want to determine how to maximize parent-student focus groups in more of an advisory capacity. And we want to be more intentional about engaging with and celebrating diversity throughout the year. A few more pieces. We want to increase focus on research-based literacy strategies for specially designed instruction for our students with disabilities. We want to increase a focus on phonics and phonemic awareness instruction at our early childhood through 2nd grade. We do want to improve engagement with new students and families as we onboard. As we talked about with open enrollment last year, if students don't start with us in kindergarten, we need to do more and be more intentional about how we need to get them up to the level of our students who are with us all the way from kindergarten. And then also we want to utilize more targeted instruction strategies to support economic divides that exist. And I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Garza.
So I believe this presentation, again, is a continuum of presentations to the board, addresses some of the questions that have been raised. As a person of color, as an employee, community member, and parent, I'm extremely proud of our efforts. We have been and continue to take diversity and inclusion very seriously, and we use data to drive our planning and decision making in the school district of New Berlin. Our students in most every subgroup outperforms the state and other local school districts. I'm proud of our teachers, support staff, and administration that do this work on a daily basis. As a professional learning community, we are about continuous improvement. We do address diversity, equity, and inclusion in our plans, and we have been. Our district action plans and our school action plans. we believe that in our planning, and as we continue to plan, we address the gaps that we identify. Again, the data is driving our work. Now, while I do understand once again that we do have our shortcomings, just like any other school district, know that we are putting our best foot forward day in and day out on behalf of all of our students. And for that, I'm extremely proud. I'm extremely proud of the effort that this administrative team worked with and came forward with. It was a lot of work. And again, I understand that this becomes an emotional topic for some, but know that we are addressing these gaps and these issues in the school district. What I will ask is, for the board at this time, sure, we will address questions. We may not have answers to your questions today. Please know that there are stories beyond stories behind the data that we've provided you. And I also ask to be careful with making certain assumptions as well, because that can become problematic. And so with that, I would ask the board if they did have any questions at this time.
Just to start, I want to make sure that the presentation is now public on the packet. So anybody who's watching, you can open it up, you can start clicking on links and refer back to it at any time. So any questions? Who would like to go first? Anything?
Oh, sure, I'll go first. Okay, I have a bunch of questions. I guess they're all fairly small, but the no place for hate assembly on Friday, is that the first time that we're doing this? Have we done that in the past? No, okay. And then it on the professional development, it talked about, or it listed cultural competency training and then yearly training on diversity and inclusion. Can you talk more about what's included in those?
So every teacher, as they are hired in the district, go through a cultural competency. They go through several different lessons with Nicole Jones. And so she presents on that. We have a lot of that going on in our buildings as well, but all of our staff are also have to go through what are called safe school trainings at the beginning of the year that focuses on bullying, harassment, identifying, making sure that we have strategies to not just be reactive, but also proactive with our students. And then reacting in a positive way as much as possible if something were to occur. So every year we all go through that.
Okay. And then Brady, I appreciate the information you shared about the libraries and the classroom audits. What will we do at the end of that audit to correct any deficiencies that we find?
Yeah, great question. I think I can get more information to you, Kate, but I think really it's looking at what, if we're speaking specifically about books, where are we light, and then looking to provide those monies to our classrooms or our school libraries to build that up. So that's kind of the short answer to that question, but I can get you more information on that as well.
Yeah, I know Kelly shared that we did get some books for the secondary level. I think those were from some grants. So are there similar things available to elementary?
Yeah, every year our librarians have a pretty decent budget to be updating our collections of books within our library. So again, that's where the work with the Children's Book Collaborative at UW-Madison or some of the research that they're doing on their own to update those libraries comes in. So yeah, and we can certainly continue to explore different avenues to provide books, as many books as we possibly can, because obviously we know that that's a very important thing.
I know. I just know books are very expensive, so
Yeah.
curious if we had any plans.
Well, they can be. We're also looking at building up our digital libraries as well.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, having a large amount of students virtual, gives us and giving everybody iPads or letting everybody use iPads has been a very helpful thing because we can use those resources as well.
perhaps a funding area for home and schools as well, if we're looking for items for,
Yeah, maybe.
as the fundraising chair, Reagan, I will keep that in mind as
There
we
you
look, hopefully, to being able to do an event next fall.
When I noticed on Twitter the other day, I know Poplar Creek had a huge
Yeah.
amount of books that were purchased the other day. And those were all Amy really dug into doing some research on appropriate books.
And then you said, sorry, Brady, don't walk away too quickly. You said that you were evaluating the second step lessons on diversity. Is that something you could share with the board?
Yeah, certainly. I'll send those out to you. Again, I'll do that.
Kelly, I got a question for you. It seems like our elementary, and it's really hard to glean something from those numbers because they're up, down, this year, last year,
Right.
smaller group. We don't have that group.
Right.
It seems like our elementary numbers, though, it seems like we grow. So our elementary numbers aren't quite as good, but as we have kids longer, I think you touched on this, our ACT scores, our graduation rates are all very high for those groups. Do you have any data on the average number of students, the average number of years that students with us versus the progress they make? 'Cause it sounded like you were alluding to that we're getting some students in at maybe 3rd or 4th grade, and at that point, we're playing a little bit of catch up from students that haven't been in our district for all their entire careers. Do you guys have numbers on that? Is that something you can put together? I know it's a hard ask because it's,
So
it's a lot of data inside.
I had heard kind of like that may be an ask that was coming, like especially to break down our demographic data by that. I actually had that report pulled, and there are about 5,000 lines of data. And it basically is, it's just too hard to really look at when a student arrives, how many years they've been here, and then break it all the way down to the demographic group.
I was more actually leaving the demographic group out, but if we have a kid for 13 or 12 years,
Yes.
do they get 21 on their ACT versus
Yes,
a
and that
20?
was data that we were able to actually share last year with you when we were talking about open enrollment, and we were sharing that secondary data. Do you have anything else that you wanted to add?
Dr. Sanders and I were able to get from the UW system our remediation data, if you remember, in math and in reading, and look at our students who got into a UW school but had to take a remediation level course. And that's a course where you have to pay for, but you don't get any credits. And we were able to do a really deep data dive into who are these students. We were looking at demographic areas, ACT, is it their grades? And the number one predictor was transients, meaning that the students who came to us after 2nd grade or 4th grade, I don't have the data right in front of me, but for English it was 1 grade and for reading it was another grade. And that was the biggest predictor of a remediation score when you looked at that group. So do we think that that could be the case? Yes. Can I make an assumption, or tell you for sure is no, because we haven't done that specific data dive.
We will get that to you as soon as we can.
Thank you. I realize it's a ton of data inside there, so I'm appreciative of.
Well, I will say that since we did that dive, I will say that we are truly creating action strategies in all of our buildings to address students that are coming into us, and kind of working hand in hand with families and with the students to try to identify where those opportunity gaps are, and then to address those opportunity gaps so that hopefully they won't have any.
Yeah, so one of the, as soon as the board approved the open enrollment seats in January, we started a strategy of identifying who those students are to determine how they are tracking, where they're coming in, and then keeping an eye on them over longitudinal, or over several years to make sure that we are doing what we need to do, as Kelly just mentioned, to get them to the same level of the students if they're not already there. In some cases, they already are.
Excellent. Thank you both for all of your, thank you all 4 or 5 for all of your hard work and dedication for this. I know it's a lot of work.
Thank you.
You very much.
Yep.
I've got a few questions. So this was a report of a lot of different things. So I kind of worry that it impairs us from digging deep into particular areas that we were talked about. I think that this report was predicated on a lot of input from the community on diversity, equity, and inclusion among racial groups within our school buildings. But then there was a lot of stuff on special education, and there was a lot of, you know what I mean? It seemed like it was a lot of data not focused enough and drilled down enough on that issue in particular. I think it was very helpful in a lot of ways, so I appreciate all the work that went into it. But I had a few questions. First off, again, I think it's a really good start. I agree with a number of the speakers that no district is perfect, and we should be continually improving, and I appreciate that everybody seems to be on the same page about that. That's encouraging to me. One thing that was in the data that we did not talk about was on slide 29. If you scroll up to that slide, I'm just doing it myself here. Thank you so much. So slide 28 is the elementary student end-of-year survey on the statement that our students make about whether they feel that their teachers care about them as opposed to diverse populations versus white populations. So between those two slides, 28 and 29, there's like an 11% drop between our students in the elementary buildings about who feel positively about that, and the students in our secondary buildings, they feel positively about that. I'd like to find out why we have such a significant drop between the two buildings. I think that's important to talk about. So just as a sort of a data point, I think that, and honestly, I love that we're celebrating the good stuff, but I'd very much like to celebrate being 100%. That's what I'd really like to celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think you would too. I think we're all on the same page about that. So I think that that's more what I'd like to work towards. I know you would too. Later on in the next slide, there's a mental health advisory committee mentioned. I had no idea such a committee existed. So I guess I'm wondering who's on this committee, when did they meet, how can will we hear something from them later? Will they report to us on how that's going? Because I'd love to, how long have they been meeting, I guess is the first question.
So we have had a mental health advisory committee for over 2 years.
Okay. Because I don't remember.
I thought that I had mentioned it before, so I apologize that if I did not, but I thought that I had, but.
Yeah, I mean, I just, so the Mental Health Advisory Committee basically works based on our, so we do have several grants that we've applied for.
Sure. I remember
and as a
talking
result
about
of that group reports to this team, the administrative team,
Okay.
which then that informs our district action plan and our school action plans. Certainly, if the board would like more information about our action plans in general, because you don't, one of the things that I want to point out is that we can't take things out of context. It's part of a broader process and not just in isolation. And so when you're looking at things in isolation, you lose that broader context. I also do want to mention, back to your initial point, that yes, we did bring forth a lot of information related to diversity and inclusion beyond that just of race. That's because our operational definition of diversity is beyond race and not just focused on race. And so while we did include that information, we also included this other information as well. But again, if the board would like more information about the specific work of that group, I'd be happy to provide that to the board.
So I guess that's what I'm asking for on that point. And back to the, well, I'll get to that in a second. Second step, so this may be a question for Brady, but I believe second step is only 22 lessons long, but you're indicating that it's used every week in school. So how do we stretch that out if it's only 22 lessons?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely enrichment, reading, other textbooks, or read alouds, to Kate's question and point. And then just, other ways to engage our kids in those concepts, if that makes, you know what I'm saying?
So you guys kind of fill some things in
yeah,
so that,
sure.
Okay. And is that sufficient for what we're after in terms of creating empathy and understanding and emotional intelligence among our kids, which is all part of the whole child education that we've got to promote?
Well, I mean,
I know that
Yes,
may
it's
be,
kind
that
of
may
a
be a
loaded
question with
question. I
no
mean,
real answer, but I guess I feel like
What
we-
data would you like me to
Yeah, I'm just trying to
share
fig-
with you that is
Yeah, I'm
proficient?
just
I don't-
trying
I
to
don't know.
figure out, is that enough? Like, that's what I'm wondering. And I don't know
Yeah,
if you have
and
an
I think,
answer.
Kristalyn, too, like, we have other things in place to be building,
In
students'
addition to
empathy.
Second Step.
In addition, I mean, so
Okay.
talk about, like our maker culture, right, that we're trying to build. And,
I'm sorry,
you
like
know,
our what?
Like that maker culture that we're trying to build, right?
Oh,
the
sure.
that whole process is predicated on students having empathy in a system. And so, and exploring, other people or a condition or something, so that they can do some research into that and get to know other people. And so again, there's it's not just Second Step that's building that base, but then we have other work that we can do
And
along those lines.
then you said that Second Step was updated.
Yeah,
February.
yeah, I mean, so Second Step, one, they're doing some more work around, culturally responsive practices
Sure.
that one of our elementary schools is actually kind of piloting some of those things right now.
Okay.
And like I said, and Kate asked to be provided with some of the lessons
Yeah,
that
I'd
some of
appreciate that.
another organization is working with Second Step
Yeah.
to bring some more diversity inclusion type of lessons to
And
kids.
And I think what we
Great.
can do is, and again, with some of this, we're taking a list of questions and comments that the board has. We'll bring those back to you. And
Great.
so I think Kate had already asked for that information, and we'll be happy to provide those updates to the board as needed.
That'd be great. I'd appreciate that. I don't know, Brady, if you are the person to ask about this question too, but I know in our elementary libraries, we did reduce the staffing of elementary librarians. Remember when we did that? I think we brought down the elementary staffing to was it halftime, Joe? I mean, you would remember better than I. But I know that in our elementary schools, I don't think our libraries are fully staffed. Remember that?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
We had 1.0 FTEs at one time, and then they were 0.8 FTEs, and then I think they were some number less than that. Is that
So right now, all of our libraries are staffed.
for 1.0 FTEs?
I'd have to check the specific numbers,
Okay.
and I can get back to you
Because
on
my
that.
question was, because there was mention in a slide of the librarians kind of going through and evaluating, Kelly, you're
So
nodding
our,
your head.
our two
Yeah.
secondary librarians
Yeah.
are the ones who order for our elementary buildings.
Okay,
So we want a continuum of learning K through 12.
sure.
So our two secondary librarians, we use common school funds
Yep.
to fund our libraries.
Mhm.
And so they will work in conjunction. We have a system that monitors all our books called Destiny. And so our secondary librarians can look through and look at what we have, like if a kid didn't turn in a book or we're down somewhere, we can update all of that with the staffing that we have. And then our elementary library aides, because they're student learning assistants that are just in the library, they then are responsible for helping our students pick out books and our staff to pick out books and to identify some of those books that may be for a particular topic.
Great. Okay, and then I just have kind of a comment. I know that we are data-driven, and I think that's good. One data point I wanted to bring up to the board and to the district administration is that at this meeting and at our meeting on February 22nd, at privilege of the floor time, we had approximately almost 90%, I kept notes, 90% almost of all the speakers had things to say about the racial climate of our buildings that was negative. Almost 90% of those speakers had those comments. I'm concerned when that many people come to these meetings, tell us these things, and we nod and we don't say anything, and they go home and we don't do anything about that. That's concerning to me. So if we are truly a data-driven district, I think what we need to do is I think we need to refer this matter of diversity, equity, and inclusion to a committee, preferably a community committee.
We're not debating what we're going to be doing.
I'm suggesting an idea. I'm not suggesting we take an action right now, Janet. So I'm just speaking my piece. I'm not making a motion or suggesting that we take an action, but I'm telling the body that I think that we should do something like, for example, what Elmbrook has done. Elmbrook has formed a committee that comprises itself of administrators, educators, parents, community members, and students. And they're studying this issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion. They started their study last August in 2020. And they have been meeting almost every month to talk about the climate of diversity regarding race in their district and how they want to proceed on it so that all students feel welcomed and valued in their buildings. And when almost 90% of our speakers in the last month come and say we've got a problem, I think maybe we need to listen. So that's my observation. I'm hoping that we actually do something about it.
I just want to make sure that Susan and Jeff didn't want to ask any questions. Susan, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Just a couple questions. I'll be quick. So thank you very much. First of all, the presentation, very thorough, very helpful. Thank you. Regarding the student surveys, just a quick question on the participation level. Can you give any insight on the number of students, percent-wise, that are completing that each year on average?
So Susan, you bring up a really good point, and that is something that we have really been just taking face value for who are completing the survey. I will tell you that has been one of the things that have bubbled to the surface that we really do want to look at. If we have this many students that have responded out of the whole. So I do not have that currently. Our numbers are high compared to any survey. We are getting like 60% or more, but we really need to look at that a little bit more deeply in the coming years. And especially now that we're going to add demographic data to the parent survey, we'll have to really look closely at those numbers because at least our students have to do it while they're sitting in a class. So our completion rate is higher, but parent-wise, we'll have to do a little bit better with that as well. So very good question. It is one of our action steps moving forward.
Thank you. And then are the questions consistent at the elementary level through the secondary, or do they change?
They change slightly, mainly because our secondary administration was trying to get to some of those deeper level issues about why some of those numbers look different at the secondary level. And so there are a few that look different. I can actually share those questions. You'll get those in May, but I can share them out in advance just so you can see what the questions are.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm going with it is, as all these actions are taking place and changes as you guys walk through, which is really helpful to see the things that are evolving, do those actions translate into student feedback? Is where I'm going with that.
Yeah.
And then I just had one other quick question on the females in career and technical education. I was a bit surprised, I don't know if others were, that the numbers, there was such a gap. And I'm just wondering if we're looking at other districts, if there's any comparison data, or even with the state as a whole. And I know you might not have it, there's so much information here, but just curious.
Yeah, we're part of the CESA 1 Career and Technical Education Consortium, and within that consortium, one of our goals is around gender and equity in career and technical education, specifically construction, manufacturing, and computer science. So collectively, we're trying to think of strategies in the region that work with our business partners, and they're helping us too on what they've done in hiring and recruiting. And we're trying to emulate some of those systems. So sometimes it goes back to marketing differently, advertising, really identification of skills that would be successful in those courses. And we are working with other districts who have seen successes or are working towards the same goals as us.
What I will also say is that our CTE teachers, we probably have the most diverse as far as gender opportunities. The majority of our staff are actually female in our CTE courses. And so we certainly take pride in that. We believe that that's actually helped us in our recruiting efforts. But again, can we always do better? Most certainly.
Absolutely.
Great. All right. Thank you very much.
Jeff, do you have anything?
No, not currently, no.
Okay, thanks. Amy, anything? Thank you. Okay, gosh, everybody seemed to have asked my questions I was going to ask you, but I'll just go back to one a little more here, the surveys. Are those anonymous? How are those conducted with the students?
They are anonymous. They're anonymous for staff, parents, and students.
Are students doing them in class?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And then in regards to all of the new books that are being brought into the schools, as that's being done, are books being removed?
We had a meeting with them, just part of our monthly meetings, and they do look at Destiny, that database, to see which books haven't been checked out in a long time, which ones are getting old and need to be replaced. So that is part of their own continuous improvement process that they do.
So it's basically books that just aren't being checked out very much, but like the books that are becoming just worn out,
yes.
are those same titles being removed? So when I said books, I didn't so much mean the actual physical books, but the titles. Like,
Yeah.
are there certain titles being removed from
If it's a text that's just absolutely worn out because it's checked out a lot, we're going to replace it.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's worn out just because it's really old and it hasn't been checked out for a long time, then we probably won't replace it, and we'll add a different title that might be more relevant to our students and interesting to them.
And I don't think I have any more questions about the books. The survey responses, I probably should have kept this together. I just and it's mostly an observation that I noticed that when we do see that drop, which is about 10% from the primary to the secondary schools, it does seem to be the same though by race. So it's not like showing that there's a definite difference between the races. It's 10% across the board for both.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm seeing that correctly.
Yes, you did.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. So anybody thinking of something? We have to keep this
I have
not
just
too
one
long.
more.
So if you have
I have
anything
one
else.
more question. So I guess I know, Kelly, you went into some of the like broader, longer term next steps, but I'm just curious from a, quote, series of presentations perspective, is there another presentation planned and what would be the focus of that?
What we've wanted to do is, again, this has been a process, not an event. So our goal was to just give a general overview of our work, which is what we did last month. We dug a little bit deeper now. And now that and again, it's a breadth of information, as you all know. We now will take even further the questions that were raised, the comments that have been made, and bring forth another presentation to the board. And then from there, again, we provided our recommendations as far as areas that we have to improve in based on the data that we have. But again, if the board wants us doing something different, that'll be for the board to determine and tell us what additional you'd like us to do. Again, we may be bringing this to you at the next meeting, but it's really going to be contingent on the variety of other items that we have to address as well.
Thank you. This was a lot of information. I know you pulled together. We asked you for a lot of things and you brought it to us, so it's really appreciated.
Well, I speak for all of us. You're very welcome.
And just when you think you've had enough of them.
I know, and now we're on to the social studies resources review.
We are not going to be seeking approval, obviously, tonight. It's really just an update to the board, but we will be seeking approval at the next meeting.
Okay, so social studies alignment, why now? So we actually started the year thinking we were going to go through English language arts alignment. And in light of COVID, and because there's new state standards in English language arts that are new this year, we determined, as Brady said, we needed to learn a little bit more about the English language arts standards, not only as leaders, but also with our teachers before we could even start that journey, since the standards were so new. In addition, some of our codes for social studies were expiring, so it was a fiscally responsible decision to start looking at social studies, since they had new standards that were recently adopted in 2018 that weren't going to be changing anytime soon. So when we go through an alignment, we look at what standards that we do have and which standards we need to meet as a district. And those include our K-8 Wisconsin standards, our 7-8 Wisconsin standards, and then the 9-12 Wisconsin standards. In addition, we look to advanced placement, course expectations and learning targets, as well as the ACT. And you might think, ACT? Well, we really do look at the reading portion of the ACT and what skills we might be succeeding in and which skills we might need deficits in. And then we look at our potential resources and curriculum from that lens, as that's another opportunity for growth. So how did the standards change? In 1998, and yes, that was the last time the state updated the social studies standards before 2018, that's a huge gap, we still have the 5 main strands: the behavioral science, economics, geography, history, political science. Within those strands, the standards did change. There's a little bit of different grade band distributions that change between the old standards and the new standards, and they're all founded in this sense of critical thinking and inquiry within all of those strands. So when I talk about standards, those define what should be learned at certain points of time. So for example, if we have standards in the band 6 through 8, that's the expectation for those grade levels. Somewhere between 6 through 8, students need to meet these standards. The curriculum is really the larger scope and sequence that includes the resources that we have to offer students to help meet the standards.
So we, the process that we underwent, and Joe and Kelly both shared it with you, but we analyzed our district data in social studies, particularly our forward data. At the elementary level, it's, we only have it in 4th grade, because in 4th grade is the only time that kids take the social studies portion. We dug into the standards a little bit. We broke them apart. We saw where our needs were and what we haven't been addressing. We built a teacher team to review several different resources. We selected several different resources to take a look at. We've also had solicited some family and parent feedback throughout the process. We worked our vendors. We worked with our vendors to get their best prices on these things. Again, being as fiscally conservative as we possibly can, but we also wanted to get the best product that we could. And then again, we reviewed all the viable resources. We did have to eliminate some because they were quite high in their pricing. But they weren't the best ones anyway, so that was a good deal. We presented options then to our district's learning team, and then tonight we're presenting just a proposal to you. Again, we've all seen the strategic goals of our district, and really specifically we're focusing on the student achievement part of this. This is just a real quick, when we were reviewing and our teacher teams were reviewing, they were kind of looking at these different concepts on as they reviewed the different vendors that we took a look at. We reviewed a ton of different ones. I will say I have a pretty good view of social studies at the K-5 level, because I've read through actually 5 or 4 resources completely. Kelly, I think, maybe has as well. Her textbooks are a bit longer than mine, though, so that's the plus of being the elementary guy. And our recommendations to you for our K-5 would be Houghton Mifflin Harcourt's Into Social Studies. For our 6-7, McGraw-Hill Networks 8, U.S. Government History from Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, and then 9 through 12, a whole bunch of different things. Now, those resources are all set up in conference room A. We would welcome anybody to come in and review them. And that is where we're at. Does anyone have, Jody, have comments or questions?
Yeah, so what I would like to just mention is we're not seeking your approval tonight. In fact, for the sake of time, unless you have a very prominent question, comment, or concern, I guess I'd ask that you please just forward those to me. And then in our next presentation before approval, we'll have that information to you. I'll actually have it to you, well in advance of the next board meeting, so that you'll have that. If any board members would like to schedule a time to meet, please contact Tiana to do so. We may or may not have one of our district admin there with you. Unfortunately, we cannot check out the resources. We have limited resources, and they need to remain in that room, and we need to have that accessible to our community. So not just board members, but anyone else that would like to come in and review those resources. We'd be, again, happy to reach out to my office, and we will schedule a time for that to happen. As a point of clarification, we actually do have 3 weeks between meetings. So I do know that third week is spring break. We will have limited staff. But again, I would ask that if somebody wants to come in during that time, we will make sure to get you the access that you need. So again, unless there's anything earth-shattering, we would ask to move on to the next item.
Anything that must be asked right now? No, okay, so we'll hold off on that. So we can move on to the discuss approve policy 0167.3, public participation at board meetings. Just want to remind you that this was tabled, so I believe we actually need a motion to take from the table to be able to open this up to discussion again. Do I have a motion to take from the table?
Motion to untable
It's okay.
a policy, oh geez, is it 1120, sorry.
0167.
0167 to discuss and potentially approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Helmer, a second by Mr. Kurth. So let's begin our discussion again.
Madam Chair, point of order. A motion to take from the table is not debatable or amendable under Robert's rules.
But it's to be able to open it up to discussion again. I looked it up. That's how it
Right,
works.
but this is the motion to take it from the table.
So that we need to revisit?
So we need to vote on the motion to take from the table,
Okay,
and then after that.
correct, you're right. I missed the vote. So we do need a vote, sorry.
That's okay, thanks.
So Diana, why don't you just call the roll since we have two people on the phone?
Sure. Ms. Crosby? Mr. Helmer?
Yes.
Mr. Kurth?
Yes.
Ms. Manley?
Yes.
Ms. Scholes?
Yes.
Ms. Unger?
No.
Ms. Wondercheck?
No.
Well, motion passes. Now, do we need another motion, or we're just revisiting?
Madam President, I have a motion. I move that we refer this policy to the policy committee that was created by our former president, Amy Crosby, on October 26th, when she established the policy committee, so that we can more fully vet this policy and consider it in a more appropriate venue. I think it's very difficult to go through an entire policy in this venue. That's my motion.
Seconded.
You take the roll, please?
Oh, we got vote.
Should we have a second? So it's up for a vote.
I think we have to have discussion.
Oh, discussion, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
we could have discussion.
I thought we had needed a vote, okay. Discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I believe this policy involves everyone, so I don't know that I want 3 people making a decision on this. So I'm definitely in support of this being in front of the whole board.
I don't think any decisions would be made. I think it would just be to bring a recommendation. So basically, right now, what we have is the recommendation from the president and vice president instead of a deep dive in a committee level of all the nuances of the policy. So I would definitely support a committee reviewing it in great detail and bringing back a, I don't want to say better, but different, let's just say different recommendation.
I agree. I think that my work in the finance committee, I think, is instructive to why I made this motion, which is because I think that at the committee level, we have much more time to vet the language, to propose changes, to make sure that everybody is on board, which we have always done. All the policy revisions at the finance committee level have all been unanimously approved by both the committee and then subsequently by the board. So I think it's a way to get buy-in among the entire board to have it reviewed by a larger body and not just by the president and vice president, and then brought back to the full board for a vote, because the committee has no power, Mr. Helmer, as far as making a decision. They only have authority to make a recommendation and actually do the hard work of crafting new language around a policy that we have, which needs revision. So I think that that time would be well spent, and I'm asking that we consider that as an option.
Okay, want to be able to let everybody speak since this is a motion. So we have Ms. Unger and Ms. Mondacek and Mr. Helmer so far, correct? Susan, do you have anything?
No, I'm not in support of
Okay.
tabling this to a committee.
Okay, you're not in support of tabling to committee, if I heard that correct. Jeff?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
I'm in agreement with Mitch and with Susan. I'm not in agreement.
Okay. Amy?
I think this policy is important because of the virtual options of meetings. So I know that OSB recommended that we update this policy. So I would be in favor of passing it.
Okay. And then I'll give my opinion here. The way we've been doing the policies, the committees in practice, have been the president creating these committees. I don't believe that the policy actually says that, but if we're going to continue with that practice until we actually address the second policy item that we're dealing with, as the president, I can disband the policy committee, and I pretty much have, because I felt that we should be dealing with policies as a whole. And so I believe that we should bring this off the table and debate it now and decide on it now. So any other comments before we vote? Okay, can we take the roll, please, Diana?
Sure. Ms. Wondercheck,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby,
No.
Mr. Helmer,
No.
Mr. Kurth,
No.
Ms. Manley,
No.
Ms. Schulz.
No. Okay, so motion does not pass. And we move next to,
I was going to move the policy, but I got to find it again, sorry. What was the policy number?
it's 0167.
I move,
3.
I move to approve policy 0167, the public comment at board meetings policy.
Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Helmer and a second by Mr. Kurth to approve. Any discussion?
Thank you very much for all the work you did on this policy. I think we definitely need to get this in place so that, as was stated, we can adjust and make sure that everything is correct for all of the online and virtual meetings as well. Thank you again.
So I think our standard for a lot of policies has been to adopt the Neola recommended policy. So my first question is, other than the virtual stuff, why would we not just use the Neola policy here?
Okay, I'll speak to this since you're asking the question of me. Because we had some good items in our existing policy. And so basically what this is a melding of our current policy and the Neola policy, taking the best of both, and then adding to it what we can do when we go virtual, since our current policy didn't address that. And so at least now we do have the parameters for what to do when we go virtual, and it mirrors what a spoken comment would be. So it's just basically following the same guidelines as the spoken policy.
All right, my second question would be in regards to the recent change about preference for district residents. I'm curious where that came from and why we think that that is important.
It came from feedback from both the public and from other board members who were concerned that if we had a large number of people from outside the community wanting to come speak at one of our board meetings, that they would not push out those who were voting members of the community. And so that also is something that is done by Germantown in practice that I understand, and so it was suggested that we add it to ours. It doesn't stop anybody from outside the community, it just ensures that people who have their stakeholders who are here, that they do get a say.
Jeff or Susan, any comment online? Or I think, Chrislyn, go ahead. I think you were going to go.
Yeah. So I have a few items. The first is, in the Neola policy, the agenda item language was struck out, and that language says any person or group who would like to have an item put on the agenda shall submit the request to the superintendent no later than X days prior to the meeting and include name and address of the participant, group affiliation when appropriate, topic to be addressed. Such requests shall be subject to the recommendation of the superintendent and the approval of the board president. So I'm wondering why that was all stricken, because I thought that was an appropriate add to allow community feedback and input in the process of crafting an agenda. Because they could always be denied, but to strike it out and to say you can't even ask seems to me an overreach. So why was that stricken?
Well, for one, I was looking at what other school boards were doing, and they rarely included that in their, they used Neola policy as well. Not all of them kept it in. Also, just because it doesn't have it in the policy doesn't mean that's not a possibility. We can always accept emails and suggestions and consider them anyway. So just because it's not in the policy does not necessarily mean that we wouldn't take suggestions for agenda items.
But the converse is true, right? We could leave it in the policy and still ignore the stuff that came in, right?
I just wanted to keep it more as to our current practice and not make a huge difference. I guess if there's enough that want to amend it to keep it in, we can do that.
Yeah, I'd like to keep it in. I think that it shows the community that we're interested in what they have to say and what they want to bring to the board and what's important to them. And I think that there's no downside to keeping it in because it's subject to the recommendation of, whoever, the board president, superintendent, or whatever. You have a vetting process in place. So I think that it would be appropriate as communicating to the community that their input's important and that we want to get it. So I'd rather see it kept in. With regard to the preference to district residents, my question on that is, first of all, I think that was as Kate Unger indicated, that was a weird ad to me, because what if we're talking about alumni, for example, who have graduated from New Berlin and come back, don't live here anymore, but have experiences they want to share, and they still consider themselves part of the community. Would those people be edged out by people who live here now because they're alumni? That's the practical application, right?
The practical application is when there's an abundance of speakers that want to speak. Those who are stakeholders, current stakeholders, should have preference and not be barred from speaking because people from outside the community or former community members come to speak. Totally understand. I wouldn't want to totally ban, but when we have an abundance of speakers, it's just logical and rational to have people who currently are in the district, who have students here, who pay taxes here, that do get to speak first.
So if they have to pay taxes here, then they have to own property here.
I said also if they live here, not necessarily that, and you are paying taxes through rent, you don't have to necessarily you need to be a voter here.
But what if you don't vote? Because
But
that,
you're,
I mean,
you're
that's what
starting
I'm
to
saying.
get into, no, please.
So,
We're starting to get nitty and picky here.
but see, that's the point, right? Because when we're trying to carve out who gets preference, I think this is the difficult situation you get in.
We had people here that would have liked to have spoken who are not members of the community last week or 2 weeks ago. And they were not able to come in here because we have limits. We have limits. So at least if we had a policy that allowed people who lived in the community, who had a stake in the community, to have that preference, they would have been able to speak.
I think that, I think I've said this to you guys before, there's a saying in the law, bad facts make bad law. This is bad law. And it's bad law because it's based on one thing happening that you didn't like and one thing that sort of didn't smack.
It's not
right
that
with
I
you.
didn't like it.
I'm not saying
It's
you,
the
Janet.
feedback I got from the community. I
Sure.
got emails. People were saying, why do people who don't live here get to speak? And I want to hear from people who aren't in the community. It's not that I want to tell them, no, you can't speak. It's very nice to have feedback from those who, have different experiences and to share that with us, or former students to come. I mean, it's great to hear from former students to give their feedback on what they've learned and, how they're doing now. But the fact is that when you have an abundance of people who want to speak and we have a limited amount of time, which, by the way, the new policy does allow us to have a motion to extend it for another half hour. But if we were to have a situation where there's a lot of people that want to speak, is it really fair to say, I'm sorry, this person who doesn't live here, who doesn't have kids that go here, they get to speak before you? That's not fair. And if we want to talk about equity, that is not fair to tell a person they live here and you can't speak.
But you fix it by letting them all talk.
You can't necessarily. We have a
Sure you
meeting.
can.
We
Sure
have
you
a-
can.
I
We've
said
not-
we can extend it.
We've got people on the line too.
I'm sorry.
We're
Yes.
only giving 2 minutes each.
So I want to give other people a chance then
Okay,
to speak.
but
I know
there
we
are
were
some
asking
other-
me
but there's
questions
some-
as to why we were doing things, so I
Sure,
was just
but
gonna
I have
explain
a
those.
couple other questions that I haven't had addressed yet, which I would have liked to address.
Okay,
the
so we do
committee.
have a motion going, and you do get to keep to speak until you're done.
Right,
So
and
go
I,
ahead.
thank you, I appreciate that. So in number 3 on the first page, where it says attendees must register their intention to comment in the public portion of the meeting upon their arrival at the meeting. That's not how we do it.
No, that is.
No, because it's not, because the fact that if people come late, that's when they arrive. So it seems to me the language should reflect something like before the start of the meeting.
No, it's
because
upon coming to the meeting. We
no,
don't
because
take-
people can walk in late, Janet. And if they walk in late, that's when I arrive.
No, I think the point is that you can't send in
My point
your
is that the-
form by email ahead of time. You have to be present
That's not
to
what
turn it
this
in.
says. I'm
Yeah,
saying
they've
that the
arrived.
language is inarticulate and it needs to be fine-tuned
Well, we
because
have-
of the fact that it should say something to the effect of, attendees must register their intention to comment in the public portion of the meeting in person prior to the start of the meeting, or something to that effect, because I think that's what you're driving at. It's not this.
Well, that wording is in our current policy.
Right, which is also a problem.
I think this is why I didn't want to table it last week, and these are the things that I wish we were able to work through as a board, but we were forced to table it, so we didn't get an opportunity to work through this.
But we're
Wait, why
working through
can't
it
we
now.
work through it now?
I
though?
don't understand.
You were ready to vote on it last week, so how is that any different from us being ready to discuss and vote on it right now? This is us working through it, and it's unfortunate that it's 10 to 10, but we had a lot of things on our agenda tonight, so if you want to work through it, this is us raising our concerns. We know we're going to be outvoted, but we still would like to influence the policy.
So I think that that's what needs to be changed in number 3. In number 5, I think it's also an inarticulate statement of what we do, because I think you only want people to state their group affiliation if and when appropriate. But the whole sentence, because it's conflated together, basically says that people need to only announce their name and address if it's appropriate. So what does that mean? When
Okay,
is it
this was
appropriate?
taken directly from Neola. So
Right,
by you
and it's-
saying it's not right, lawyers wrote this, so I don't know
I
what
understand
you're
that, but
talking
I'm
about.
saying that it's inarticulate, and lawyers are human, so go easy on us. But, the thing is that I think that we can clean it up if
Okay,
we
I know
decide
you
do
tend
so.
to point to that we should always be using Neola, and now you're saying we shouldn't, so I'm getting a little
I'm
confused.
saying Neola is the right starting point, Janet. And I'm saying that I think that this language is inarticulate, and I think that we can do better. So I think we should, because it doesn't make any sense. And secondly, I think that having to share your address, I think you should have to share your address in the form that you file, but I don't think people should have to say their address in public on a video, because what if they're saying something controversial?
And
Either
actually,
way,
actually,
it
I
seems
agree with
silly.
you there, which is
Pardon me?
why I got feedback from people on both sides of the issue.
Yeah.
That didn't like having to put their address in. So that's why you see in the green, let's consider maybe asking them just to state that they are a resident of the district.
Sure, but what language are we adopting if this gets voted
Well,
today?
that's part of why we're talking about this. So do we
Okay.
want to keep that in there and
So
remove?
then somebody needs to make an amendment.
Yes, I
to the
know. That's why this
policy
is
in
this
order
is here.
to
We can
get
do that.
this passed the way that you're talking about.
I mean, we could actually leave it as is, where they could state their name and address, or state they live.
You'd have to
they're a
remove the
resident.
brackets. Somebody
Yes,
would have
we'd
to
re-
vote to
and
do
we would make an amendment to remove the brackets if we need to.
Sure. And I think that there's also on the second page in paragraph 13, where you've stricken paragraph E, I think that you should allow it. I think you should allow the rules to be waived. And further, if you're worried about a president, being, whatever, crazy, then you can add the successive language, which is with the approval of the board when necessary for the protection of privacy or the administration or the board's business. I think that it's appropriate for the presiding officer to have that power to waive those rules, because sometimes there's going to be a situation where that needs to happen for whatever reason. So I think that should go back in. I saw that there was the change in 14, which I appreciated, with extending the time. So I think that that's appropriate. I think that there aren't, in the issue of extending the time for for a privilege of the floor, it happens so rarely. We don't have night after night where we're having tons of privilege of the floor speakers here. So it happens so rarely. I just think that it's a no-brainer. So I appreciate that being in there.
And you always have to keep in mind the rest of the agenda for the evening. So,
Sure.
We're going long here. So if we had to put another half hour today, it might have been a burden for all of us.
Sure, but
we have the option with this.
But we're public servants. We signed on for it, right?
We also have paid administration here tonight as well.
Sure, I understand that, and I appreciate all of their time. I really do, because we wouldn't be here if they don't do what they do, so I do appreciate it. The last item I had a question on is on page 3 of the policy with the virtual items at item 11, where it says, any emails not read within 30 minutes will be shared with the board and recorded in the meeting minutes. So does that mean, when you put that in there, because this is new language, right? When you put that in there, that they're actually going to type out what the comments are in full prose in the meeting minutes if we have an emailed comment? Because here's the problem. I think if you don't do that, you got a FOIA problem, right? So I think that since that's your policy, then you got to do that. Every single emailed comment goes in every single minute document and has to be part of the public record. So as long as we're clear on that, then I think that part is fine with me.
I took the language from another policy, but I'll ask Diana, maybe she would be could we just attach all of the emails to the minutes and refer to them in the minutes, or is this going to be so technical that we would have to write them all out, or you have to copy
We could
and paste
probably
them?
attach them to the packet in the minutes agenda item.
Would that be sufficient?
As long as they're
It's public.
incorporated by reference and they're available to the public.
Right, and
I
the whole
think you
point
meet
of me
your burden.
putting that in there was that it was available to the public.
Sure. Right, I think that's appropriate.
Yes.
Do we want to just say then that they'll be in board docs or something, as opposed to being part of the actual minute?
I think they need to be part of the actual minutes, and the reason I think that, Kate, is because of the fact that it makes it a lot more user-friendly for people who are seeking the record.
Okay.
I don't want them to have to click around 12 times to try to find the thing that they're looking for. That's not good policy.
Okay. You have any other questions, comments? Susan, anything?
No, I do support, though, that preference is given to district residents when there's a limitation of time available, and I'm in support of also not having to share the address, rather just that they're a district resident.
Okay. Jeff, anything?
No.
Amy?
I agree with Susan about the address portion of it.
Okay. So at this point, it sounds like,
I'd offer an amendment.
okay, which amendment? Yes.
Madam Chair, I would offer an amendment to, I have two amendments, so I'll make them separate because they must be separate motions.
Okay.
Paragraph 5 on page 1 of the policy, that it is modified to read as follows. Participants must be recognized by the presiding officer and will be requested to preface their comments by an announcement of their name, comma, and having previously filed their written address on their privilege of the floor form.
So you're saying not to state that they are a resident of the district?
I don't think it's necessary if they put their address on the privilege of the floor form, because then, to your point of putting priority to residents, then you would do that with the paperwork in calling the people, right? So I don't think that
Correct.
they have to say that they're a resident of New Berlin if they've already survived that.
But now you're assuming that we're not going to have anybody outside the community be able to speak. We, in a normal evening, we might have enough time for people from both in the community and
Yeah,
outside
I
the
wasn't
community.
saying that. I was saying that I'm basically trying to get at that they write their address on the form, but they don't have to orally state it when they're at the microphone.
Not their address, but I think the public would like to know the speaker, whether or not the speaker's from the community or not or from the district, I should say, or not from the district.
Okay.
I agree. I think that's important.
I would agree. I think you used that number today of 90% of
Yeah.
parents said this, and if we don't know if they're from a district.
And that's fine. So to my amendment, I think we have to have a second to discuss it, right? Or
After
under-
you, yeah, after you propose your amendment.
Right.
And we get a first and
And then
a second. and then-
procedurally, you could offer a friendly amendment to my amendment, which would have to be seconded, which I would accept. So I think you need to call for a second to my amendment.
Okay, so we actually haven't voted for the First Amendment, or we don't have a motion for your First Amendment yet, do we?
I did.
You made a motion.
I did.
Do we have a second? So we need a second in order to open it up for discussions. So seconding it doesn't mean you're going to vote for it. It only means that you think it's worthy of discussing. So do we still not have a second?
Can I make a better motion then? Sorry, I only didn't second it because I thought then we could just make the one that we wanted instead of.
Madam Chair, I would be willing to withdraw my motion.
Okay. So we have a motion
Withdrawn.
withdrawn. Do we, what would your
Can we just
amendment
change
be?
it to say, I mean, I agree that the address shouldn't have to be stated publicly, and I don't think it should have to be stated publicly whether you're a resident or not. So I think we can say something to the effect of announce your name and state whether they're a resident or not, but we probably need to say something about the fact that their full address must be disclosed on their form.
We do have the form, which we could vote on separately. It was going to just take this and put it into the form. Do we need it actually on this policy? I suppose we do. All right, so how would that read? You
Okay, I
guys
think it
suggest
could read something like, by an announcement of their name and a statement of whether they're a resident of the district, and then maybe in parentheses we say, full address must be disclosed on the form, and group affiliation if and when appropriate.
Well, if we keep it close to as possible, maybe something like, participants must be recognized by the presiding officer and will be requested to preface their comments by announcement of their name and state they are a resident of the district, while also completing the form with their full address. But then would we want group affiliation if they're actually representing, like, let's say the PTO of one of the schools comes, we probably would want to hear that.
Yeah, I think we need the group affiliation because if they're coming to speak on behalf of, let's say, the Ronald Reagan Home and School Association or something like that, we need that group to be stated as well because they're making a statement for more than just themselves.
Right.
So I think the issue with the way that it reads right now and what you had said in your summary email is it sounded like for non-residents, we were going to still ask them to state their whole address. And I feel like that's my point of
Oh,
contention.
no, that was not that's not what I had intended. I'm not sure how you read it.
Because it
that
says
way.
address or state if they're a resident of the district.
Right, I sort of put that in there so that people would have an option if they were not comfortable stating their full address. We just want to know if they're a resident of the district or not.
Okay.
So did somebody write down what Kate had moved?
The wording was awkward, so I was trying to figure out, I know what you're trying
Your,
to say.
your wording was fine too.
What about if we just take out those brackets, because I have brackets in there because it was like optional, or state, we still keep it, by an announcement of their name, address, or state they're a resident of the district. Also state group affiliation if and when appropriate. The full name and address will appear on the privilege of the floor form.
I
Can
have
we
an
say
idea.
anything about the
Yes,
form
please.
elsewhere?
Okay, hold on one second. Okay, hold on. See, this is why I want to do it in committee, kids.
Well,
I
I'm
know.
trying to do
Let's
it,
just-
because we have the informal board, we can use that because we're a small board.
Yeah.
This is appropriate, we can do
Okay,
this.
so here's just an idea. Participants must be recognized by the presiding officer and will be requested to preface their comments by an announcement of their name and whether they reside in the district, having filed a privilege of the floor form stating their full address. And then I think we need to go on and state whether or not they represent a group when present at the meeting, or something to that effect. Does that,
I like that.
is that okay?
Mhm.
Okay.
Seconded.
Diana, can you get that all down?
Did you get that, Diana?
Because you didn't. Okay, let me. Whether they reside in the district, having filed a privilege of the floor form stating their full address, and further, whether they represent a group while in attendance at the meeting. Does that work?
I'll have an informal approval here. Do anybody have any objections to that wording? Okay, if there's no objections to that wording, then let's do an official amendment to the motion.
Okay, now whose original motion was it?
I think we withdrew you withdrew
Mine was
yours.
withdrawn.
And
So was
then
it Kate?
Kate was gonna do one, but it never happened.
Okay,
So we
so-
haven't made it a
Okay, so
motion to
that's
amend.
the new motion.
This is the new motion.
So I move that language that I just said.
Seconded.
Okay.
Okay. Any discussion on this? I think we're all in agreement.
So that's
Okay.
an amendment to what's in front of us.
Okay, so we have an amendment.
But let's take a vote, right?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure everybody knew we have an amendment to item number 5. So let's take the roll. This is for the amendment, specifically to rewriting policy of item number 5.
Ms. Wondercheck,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby,
Yes.
Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Schulz.
Yes. Okay, so then you were going to suggest another
I
amendment?
do. I have another amendment for number 3 on the same page. I'm trying to amend it so that it actually reflects what we do, which is attendees must register their intention to comment in the public portion of the meeting in person prior to the start of the meeting, period. Because that's how we do it. People come here. I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk. That's my motion.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, sorry. But that's all I want to say.
Okay, so you just gave an amendment.
A proposal, yes.
Okay. And did you motion it? I'm sorry. Did you motion
I
it?
think I did, but I will do so now.
Okay, let's
just
make
in case.
official a motion.
I move that we amend item 3 on page 1 to read, Attendees must register their intention to comment in the public portion of the meeting in person prior to the start of the meeting. Period.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, discussion.
I think that's how we actually do it. So the language we have says upon their arrival. So that means that anybody can roll in at 7:30 and say, I'm here. Your policy says I got to register when I get here. And here's my form. And now I demand to talk. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not on the agenda during that time. It's only the privilege of the floor.
It doesn't matter. The language says, and I think the language binds us to allow them to talk, because it doesn't say that they're limited.
Before I say anything, does any, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, because it says in the public portion of the meeting, and on the agenda, it has the public portion of the meeting.
Right.
So I think it is bound there. I mean, I don't have a problem
But then-
changing the language.
Sure, but then let's say for your sake of your facts, Mitch, that they come in during privilege of the floor and they want to talk, but let's say they're a resident and we've already let a non-resident talk and now we're out of time. So now what do we do? See what I mean? It's a problem.
I just want to mention that the new policy is a little bit different in the timing of the privilege of the floor. The privilege of the floor under our existing policy is very clear that privilege of the floor will be at the beginning of the meeting. Our new policy actually only says public comment shall be permitted as indicated on the order of business. This gives us flexibility, and let's say we want to do it in the middle of our meeting or we want to do it at the end. That's possible. So the whole point is you probably don't want to say you have to be here before the meeting starts.
Okay, if you want to take people at that point, I just thought that's how we're doing.
Sure. I mean,
So-
how we're doing it right now is, you know, as long as you're here before privilege of the floor begins, that's pretty much what the practice has been. I think the whole point is that we don't take emails ahead of time and start stacking it up that way. It's, you have to be at the meeting in order to register to speak.
Why don't we change it then? Employees must register their intention to comment before the public portion of the meeting begins.
Employees?
Okay. If you said employees, but.
Did I say employees?
What? Yeah, why are you
The
talking about
public.
employees?
The public portion of the meeting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you, I didn't
I
understand
know.
the employee part.
Sorry. Let me.
So let's say we have a meeting and we don't have the privilege of the floor till the end. Maybe we have a meeting where it makes more sense to do it at the end.
Sure.
Some people might not want to come for the whole meeting, so we want to make
Sure.
it so that they're able to register to speak before.
I was unaware that you were considering moving around where privilege of the floor.
I'm not actually considering moving around.
Okay.
I just think we should be flexible, you know?
I'm okay with that. I just,
And
I'm just telling you, this is how
I've
we've
heard
done
the
it.
public say that, hey, we'd
Yeah.
like to speak after something sometimes. So this
Sure.
gives us flexibility.
And I'm okay with that. I was just offering language to be in conformance with what we actually do right now. So if that's not what we're going to continue doing, then that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I do like that this leaves that open because, as I've said, I feel like 500 times, it would be great if we had public comment at the beginning and the end. We got a lot of people who stayed through this whole meeting, and they might have some things they want to say.
Agreed.
Sadly, not tonight. I would second Mitch's language if you would like to make that an official motion.
Yeah, and okay, but we have to vote on my amendment first, right?
Yes.
Unless Mitch wants to offer a friendly, no, I don't know if you can do that.
Let's just vote on your
Okay.
amendment, and
All right,
then
that's
we'll
fine.
we'll do another one. So on the amendment to, why don't you restate that so we all remember
Sure.
what it was?
I
your amendment was.
I had proposed attendees must register their intention to comment in the public portion of the meeting in person prior to the start of the meeting.
Okay. So we have that motion on the floor. Let's take the roll.
Ms. Wondercheck,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
Can I vote against something I seconded?
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
vote
No.
again. Yeah, you can.
Ms. Crosby,
No.
Mr. Helmer,
No.
Mr. Kurth,
No.
Ms. Manley,
No.
Ms. Schulz.
No. Okay, so we were talking about another amendment. Would you like to make the motion, Mr. Helmer? Oh, okay. Just a moment, he's getting the language put together. you want me to do?
Can we just talk about it?
Okay, well,
I don't
yeah.
want to make another amendment,
I-
vote it down, and then go through that.
Right,
again.
I
So are
bu-
you guys okay talking through it and then just making sure we?
I think I remember what you said. So attendees must register their intention to comment in the public portion of the meeting prior to it being on the agenda.
Prior to the public comment being on the agenda, but I don't know the exact word.
I don't think we want to say being on the agenda. I think
Okay.
we need to say prior to the start of that section of the agenda
Okay.
or something like that.
Prior to the public.
So they must register their intention to comment in the public portion of the meeting prior to the public comment
Portion of the agenda.
portion of the agenda.
The only really person that matters is Diana.
I know, Diana, do you have that?
Don't you have to say something before it begins?
No, yeah, we just wanted to make sure we had the wording right before we started to do the amendment. So now we're going to
No,
do.
I know.
Yeah, we're going to do the
No, I
motion.
get it. I just want, okay. Nope, I just want to make sure the word begins before it begins is in there.
Oh,
To
okay,
that
before it
effect.
begins, okay. Do you want to read it to us, Diana, so we know what the motion will be?
Okay, that's what I have. Attendees must register their intent to comment in the public portion of the meeting prior to the public comment. Prior to the comment portion, that doesn't.
Public comment portion.
Public comment of the agenda begins, that's what I wrote, that's,
Yeah,
The public comment item agenda begins.
okay.
public comment portion of the agenda. You want to that's fine.
Okay.
It's listed as an item, so does that make sense? I'm sorry.
Yes.
So saying item, does that make sense since it's listed as an
They're
item?
listed as items.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion to amend number 3 of the public comment policy. So the motion was by Mr. Helmer? Okay.
Second.
We've got Amy seconding. So discussion now. Do we need to
So
discuss more?
I think though, based on what you were talking about, Janet, earlier, about wanting to allow flexibility and people to participate, wouldn't we want it to be prior to the public portion of the meeting ending? So that if they came in during privilege of the floor and handed in a form, and we still had time, that they would be allowed to speak.
I think the problem with that is then we are shuffling papers. If we don't know if it's a resident, it's got to come up here. Is it the last minute?
But I'm just asking because, as a point of clarification, when Janet was saying earlier that she wanted to have the flexibility to allow people to do it, even when they weren't here before the discussion began, which is how I understood it. So, that's the question.
So you're just
I'm at-
concerned that if somebody comes in while public discussion is still going on but has not ended, that they wouldn't get a chance to speak?
Right, which I thought what you were trying to prevent in your comments earlier.
No, actually, that wasn't what I was getting at, but
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
I thought, yeah, I guess I took from you that you wanted it to be, if there's an opportunity for them to speak, we want them to have the opportunity to speak, because I was saying they have to be there at the beginning of the meeting, and you're like, no, we should allow them to speak if they,
Well, I meant that if there was a portion of, if the public speaking portion came after the start of the meeting, I didn't want people to feel they had to be here at the very beginning of the meeting before it started in order to register.
Sure.
That's what I was getting at.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's say theoretically, we switch public comment completely from the beginning to the end of the agenda. People should not have to show up at 7 o'clock to speak at 10:15.
Sure.
As long as it's before that.
Right.
Right, but I think if we did it twice on the same agenda, they'd have to sign up before the first one if they wanted to speak during the first one, and before the second agenda item if they wanted to speak at the second agenda item. So basically, before that agenda item starts, whichever one it is, wherever it ends up on our agenda, you need to sign up in advance. I agree for logistical means of trying to organize public comment, we would want to collect all the papers before we start that agenda item.
Okay, that makes sense to me. I just didn't know what you were trying to get at in the previous comments, so.
Okay.
On the phone, or do we?
Any comments from Susan or Jeff?
I think we're making this a little bit more complicated than it needs to be.
Yes.
So we want to give people the opportunity to speak, but we don't want to have chaos in our meeting either.
Correct.
So I use caution.
Okay, so the motion on the floor right now, are we ready to vote on it? Because that would be just to clarify that the public, the person who wants to speak must be here before that item is on the agenda. Okay, so let's take the roll.
Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby,
Yes.
Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Schulz,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck.
Yes.
Okay, are there any other amendments? No more amendments? So then do we do the main motion then to approve the entire?
Somebody should.
Okay, so we need another motion to go back to the main motion?
With
Approve the policy with the amendments.
the amendments. So moved.
Second.
Any more discussion? Are we good? Okay, then take the roll.
Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby, Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Schulz,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck.
No.
Okay, motion passes. On to the next item, which is our other policy revision, to discuss approve revisions to policy 0155 committees. And I just want to let you know, since the last time this was on the table, I did make some changes based on feedback I received. I would just want to let you know, I know that our former president, Amy Crosby, did work very hard on getting the committees started, and I really respect what she's done, and I don't want anybody to think that this was personal against her. I talked with Amy about this, about how the committees did get started and that I was working on it. So I really do want to respect what she's done. And so based on some feedback I got from her and others, it did remove the...
Don't we need a motion before?
No, I'm setting this up for discussion. We're not debating it. I just want to give you background for what we're going on, which is appropriate. We can't actually ask the WASB attorney about what can we talk about before we do a motion. So I just giving you, this is like a presentation type, like why was this done? So I did remove specifically listing out committees, and I also removed the job descriptions because actually I couldn't find them on the website. I remembered them being there. I thought they had been removed, so there's no reason to redo things. It's already out there. The website does specifically list the committees, and it does list exactly what the jobs of each committee are. So put that back to we're just going to refer then to the website. It gives us flexibility if we change committees. So I did do that. So now I will ask for a motion to approve. I'm sorry. We have to take it off the table. So a motion to take from the table.
I motion to move policy 0155 off the table.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Helmer and a second by Ms. Crosby. Discussion.
No discussion on the motion to remove from the table.
I'm sorry, that's right.
Yeah.
So we've removed it from the table. So now a motion to approve the policy.
No,
Do we need to
didn't take a
vote on that?
I'm
You need to
sorry.
take a vote on.
I'm sorry,
removing from the
yes.
table.
Too many motions. So could you take the roll, please, Diana?
Sure. Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby, Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Schulz,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
No.
Ms. Wondercheck.
No.
So motion passes. Now a motion to,
I move to move policy 0155 for the committees to be discussed and for approval, as written.
Second.
okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Helmer and a second by Mr. Kurth. Discussion.
I'm trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to mention this. I put together the reasons for doing this. So let me just find my.
Great.
I can't read. So these were the reasons for doing this. The current policy is not completely clear as to who creates the committees. It appears that it's actually the board when you read it, and there's really not enough authority given to the full board under the current policy. Since the creation of the committees, there has never been a real actual motion from the board to refer something to committee, because this is really what we should probably be doing. We've been doing it very informally. Committees have been used for more information gathering rather than making recommendations to the board. Work has been completed in committee that the entire board was not aware of, or items are being repeated as a full board. And then in particular, the first year committees were used more for new member orientation rather than to make recommendations. I did gather up a lot of information from what other school boards are doing, and it was interesting that every other school board except us had an actual orientation policy. So I just to mention that as a side note. So these are really basically the reasons that, it's been 2 years. It's just time to take a look at it, see what's working well, what's not. And there's just some things that need to be addressed. And so that's why I did the policy. And I didn't want to just be like, throw it out as a topic for us all to discuss. I figured, well, I might as well do something as a recommendation that we could look at rather than having to hash it out just all together. I also want to mention, I know this is really hard tonight, but I think in the future we will use work sessions for this type of an item. I talked to the WASB attorney, and he suggested that we should probably use work sessions. We don't have to do an extra meeting as a committee, so that's an option. I'm sorry, this is not an official motion.
No, sorry, so you don't have to make official.
Yeah, so you don't have to, it would be more like what we're hashing things out right now. We don't have to go through all the emotions and the amending of the emotions, because this has been a little crazy, I know. And I appreciate you guys hanging in there with us, with me here. So, but yes, that's something we can do in the future instead.
Can you speak to why we just didn't use the Neola policy or on this topic?
Practically did.
There were a lot of changes, though.
There's a few here and there.
Because I looked through it. I mean,
the Neola policy is very skeleton-like. I mean, it has a very basic layout as far as the template goes. And when I started to look at what other school boards are doing, some of them are really complicated. And I don't think we want complicated. That doesn't work for us either. I think it's just something that, we need to do something that works for us, that's flexible enough. But yeah, it has a lot more guidance than what we've been doing.
So if I look at what was changed from the Neola policy and what you said about the reasons, it seems like there's two big changes. The first one being who sets the agenda. And then there's also the matter of how often the committees are meeting. So those two things are specifically called out in this proposed policy. Looking at your spreadsheet of other districts, no one else is doing that. No one else is saying committees can only work on what is referred by the board. Most of them are saying the committee chair sets the agenda, any committee member or the administration can make recommendations of agenda items, or the board can refer agenda items. I mean, it feels like we're both trying to restrict the power of the committees and also like somewhat make them pointless if we just want everything to be talked about as the whole board. And I like Chrislyn, I'm still a little confused because I feel like our committees are functioning pretty well. And if I look at frequency and the topics included in each of our committees, they align pretty well with what the other districts are doing. So this feels like kind of an attack on one specific committee, and I don't understand why that's necessary. I feel like our committees are working pretty well at this point. And while I understand the idea of reviewing periodically, I don't know why we would want to take that power away from committees when, again, all they can do is recommend things to the board. And you're saying there's been issues. I have no recollection of any item ever brought to the board from a committee that wasn't recommended or even discussed that the committee was going to discuss it. Go ahead, sorry, Mitch.
Sorry, no, I thought you were done there. On one of the finance meetings, how open enrollment programs have successfully moved forward in other districts was the topic. That should not be a finance committee meeting. We need to get buy-in from the board if we're going to do stuff like this.
They didn't do anything, they just talked about it. I mean, I think the same could be said about your LED lighting proposal. The board didn't ask us to do that. That was something that you ran on in your campaign, and therefore we discussed it as a facilities committee because it was a facilities item. Open enrollment is a financial
So the board
issue.
actually did direct me. So we weren't getting the traction in the committee. So I made a proposal to the board and said, this is what I believe the LED proposal can do for us. Do you want to research it further? And the board fully.
Yeah, but we had discussed it twice in committee before then. And I think the committee was in agreement with you. You just didn't like the fact that the administration hadn't gotten you what you were asking for. So, I mean, we talked about it in committee first. So I don't think you're blameless here if we're trying to point fingers at which committee isn't following the rules.
Well, LED lighting is within a facilities.
Open enrollment is within the finance area
By
as
that
well.
means everything is in, LED lightings would be within finance too.
If you had an issue with that specific item, and that was probably like a year and a half ago, why was that not addressed with the committee chair or the president of the board? And why are we changing our policy
That was
just
2 months
because of an incident?
ago. So as a committee chair myself, I don't feel an attack. I don't feel this is an attack. I'm okay giving up my power as an individual. And as a committee chair, I feel like I shouldn't have that much power to set the agenda and tell Joe and Patrick to go and work on whatever I feel like. I want the board to tell me and say, these are the 3 or 4 things we want you to work on in the facilities committee. And that's what we've adapted to. Right now, we're not holding facilities committees every month just to hold facilities committee meetings. We're holding them as we're directed by the board. When we looked at the LRP plan, the board said, or Joe said, we're looking at spending this much money. This is the fund balance we're asking for. Should we have a committee? And everyone said yes. Go to the committee, figure out what was best for us, and come back with a recommendation. And that's how I've transformed that committee, and I feel like that has worked really well. We're not requiring a ton of resources. We've come up with really good ideas, and I feel like it's a model for what we've been doing on that. And I'm not offended by it. I feel like this is a great thing that I get to give up the support, and I get to ask all 7 board members what's on my agenda and what they want me to working on it. If someone doesn't want to follow that, I guess it's kind of alarming to me that someone wants to make up their own agenda.
Well, I think we're setting, as the personnel committee chair, we're setting the agenda based off of what the committee's page on the website says are the things that the personnel committee should be reviewing. And we set goals for ourselves at the beginning of the year that we were going to do policy reviews, we were going to look at staff feedback, compensation. You know, it's not like we're doing things outside the realm of personnel, but we shouldn't have to spend time at the board meeting talking about what things should be on the committee agendas. That just doesn't make any sense. I mean, and as we can tell from tonight, you know, we're here forever. If everything is discussed at the full board level, then we have to spend hours and hours at these meetings rather than having a dedicated group drill into the details and bring recommendations back to the board.
But that's what I think we're looking at, is if you guys come to the board and say, we want to discuss superintendent contract, we want to discuss these 2 policies. Sure. I mean, if that's what the board agrees on, I have no problem with that. We shouldn't be discussing what you guys are going to talk about in your agenda for an hour. It should be a 3-minute item. These are the 3 things we're going to dig into. Do you guys support us using our district resources that our taxpayers pay for? We only have 1 CFO, one CEO, 1 director of learning. We have very limited resources, and we have to make sure that the board and the community know what those resources are being spent on. So it's not a personal attack. I don't take it as a personal attack, and no one else should. It's just fixing our policy to close those loopholes to make sure that we're all working together. That's the only thing I view it as. I do not feel this is a personal attack. I think Amy did a great job starting these committees. I just think that after 2 years, we learned a lot, and there's a lot of adjustments that we have to make with these. And they're not huge adjustments. I mean, just take a little bit of power away from the committee chair, which I'll be the first one to admit, I'm okay giving up my power. I'm very okay with that. Janet's giving up power with this too, and I think it's a good thing for us.
Yeah, it just seems like a huge change for one incident. And a lot of overhead that's going to have to go through the full board when, for the most part, our committees are doing what the board or the president asked us to do already. So I'll stop speaking,
Well, yeah,
but
let's,
I disagree.
Let's hear from some other people. Susan, Jeff, thoughts on this?
I'm good with the changes that have been submitted, so I support the adjustments.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear.
Yes, I'm sorry. I support the changes that are made and the policy change as it's submitted here.
Jeff?
I agree with Susan. The whole idea behind the committees were they were supposed to be an extension of what the board is suggesting, and that's all that's being suggested tonight.
Amy, I think we need your wisdom. What do you think?
I guess the only thing I don't like is saying how many times they can meet, because we have financial reports every month that we approve. So I would, like to see. I like how it says a minimum, but I don't know if there should be a max.
Okay.
And to that point, on the Finance Committee, as the only chair of the Finance Committee, having served from this board for the last 2 years, I would like to point out I was not consulted by anybody about making these changes. I was never brought any concerns by Mr. Helmer or any other members of my committee as to concerns about how I was conducting the committee. So it would have been really nice to hear those concerns in real time if you had them. Having not heard them, I looked at this committee and I thought that it's not, I agree with Amy, I don't think that there should be a maximum amount of time that the committee meets. With the Finance Committee, we meet every month, actually not even every month. In the last 2 years, we've met 16 times. The Facilities Committee has met 7 times. The Personnel Committee has met 7 times in the last 2 years. Finance meets a little more often because we have monthly financial reports to review and approve. I can say with complete confidence that in a conversation I had with former President Crosby, she and I agreed that nobody reviews the financial reports that are in the consent agenda. They are not reviewed by the bulk of board members ahead of the meeting. And they weren't reviewed prior to the Finance Committee being created. And I think that the Finance Committee serves an important purpose in that respect because those items get reviewed. I will say this, if these policy changes are enacted, and if what happens, which I believe will be a disbanding of these committees, then I think that at every meeting on the 4th Monday of the month, I will ask that we pull out for separate consideration all the financial reports, and I can ask all my Finance Committee questions at that time to ensure that all those questions get answered properly, and then we can use our board time for that. I don't think that would be an efficient use of this body's time, which is why I think it's important to continue the committee structure as it exists. So I am troubled by the fact that, number one, apparently, according to Mr. Helmer, there were problems with my committee, which were never brought to my attention. Number two, I was never consulted as one of the 3 committee chairs of this board with regard to the changes of this policy that are proposed. Number 3, I'm still trying to grapple with what problem we're trying to solve with these policy changes. And I do have a concern about a maximum cap on the committee meetings that are held each year, and a further problem on what the charge is for the committee's work. I think that a chair, whether it's facilities, personnel, or finance, should have some ability to generate an agenda. That agenda does not give power. I've never said no to anybody who wanted anything included on my agenda. Never. And I'd be happy to entertain whoever wanted to proffer something for that agenda. As far as district resources being expended, the Finance Committee has met for no longer than 55 minutes at any meeting. Every other district I looked at has a Finance Committee meeting that meets once a month for at least an hour, sometimes more than an hour. So I don't think that the lift is all that much for board members or for administration. It's not out of line, it's not disproportionate, and I do object to the characterization as such. So I definitely don't think that we should vote for this policy in its current iteration. I think there's an omission of statute 19.85 that's in the standard Neola policy that I don't know how it was omitted, but it was. We shouldn't be limited by the amount of times that a committee can meet, and the committee should be able to meet at the direction of the chair who is appointed whether it's by the board or the president or whoever. So I don't think that this is sound policy, and I don't think it's in our best interest as a district. And I think it's going to make us much more inefficient at our full board meetings.
I'd like to clarify, there is no cap. It says, I'm trying to pull it up right now, what is it, target 2 to 4?
It said should plan to meet 2 to 4 times per year or more often as directed by the board.
So if we get directed to meet by the board 12 times, I support that, if that's what the board wants. To your question of bringing financial reports and asking those questions at the meeting, that is done a lot in the finance meetings, so we're asking a lot about the checks that are cut. You could do that in the board meeting, but I think, and that's been one of the problems in the board meeting too, the facility, or the committee meeting, is those are often sent 24, 28 hours before the meeting. And so if Patrick could get those in the meeting 3 or 4 days before the board meeting, I think he could probably answer those via email, and we could probably have those answers to you. But I don't know that calling those out in the board meeting.
I don't want those answered via email, Mitch, because they should be part of the public record. So if you do it via email, it's not public, and people have to do a FOIA request to get it. That's totally not in the public interest.
That's fine, but if those numbers, or if those questions get to him in advance, I think we could probably make it through those.
I am the first to admit that I do not give stuff to Patrick as early as I should. That is a personal failing on my part, and I will endeavor to make that better. So my apologies, Patrick, for that.
You mentioned that there's a statute missing from the policy. This was taken from Neola. I don't see anything strike.
If you look
from this.
in the second full paragraph of the Neola original policy, the 2 last lines of that policy are different than the lines of the 3rd paragraph of the proposed policy. They don't include the statutory reference, which should be included in the policy.
I'm not seeing a statutory reference in.
Do you have the Neola policy in front of you?
Oh, our original policy.
Yep.
The current, you mean? Okay.
Do you see what I'm talking about? There's the statement in the original Neola policy says, a committee may conduct a closed meeting provided it is for one of the purposes listed in 19.85 Wisconsin statutes, and the committee abides by all requirements for the conduct of a closed meeting. The language in our proposed policy says, a committee may conduct a closed meeting providing it is for one of the purposes described in the statutes, no reference, and the committee abides by all requirements for the conduct of a closed meeting. The reference should be made.
Mine doesn't show that, so I don't know what you're talking about at the moment. I see closed meeting pursuant to 19.84 Wisconsin statutes.
19.84 is a different statute than 19.85, subsequently referred to in the same paragraph.
Oh, I see. This is
1984 doesn't deal with the exemptions. 19.85 is the statute surrounding exemptions for open meetings.
All right. I thought that our current policy was a Neola policy, and that's why I didn't
Our
catch
current
that.
policy omitted it too.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why it's omitted. It's
Yeah.
because the current
So
policy.
we need to, but the statute should be cited. I don't like the reference saying described in the statutes. People should know what statute we're talking about.
Nope, that should be put back in.
So maybe you can make an amendment.
Okay, so then I make an amendment to add back in the original Neola policy paragraph that refers to statute 19.85. Is that?
Can we just swap out that whole paragraph then?
Yeah, let's just take that whole paragraph as is, since I think,
Does that work, Diana?
yeah, that should.
Third paragraph, I think it is.
I'm sorry, what are we doing?
So the third paragraph of the, or, no, I'm sorry,
Second
it's
in
the
Neola.
second paragraph of the Neola template policy will replace our third paragraph of the proposed policy. So I have a motion, I'm doing the motion? I have a motion to amend. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by myself and a second by Mr. Helmer. Discussion on the amendment. If there's no discussion, then we'll take the vote.
Ms. Schultz?
Yes.
Mr. Helmer?
Yes.
Ms. Crosby? Yes. Mr. Kurth?
Yes.
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
This is on the amendment only, right?
On the amendment only.
Yes. Oh, I said yes, sorry.
oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Wondercheck.
Yes.
Okay, so the amendment passes. Are we ready to have a motion then to approve as amended?
Motion to approve, Motion to approve as amended.
Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Helmer, a second by Mr. Kurth. Discussion. We have further discussion on this. Okay, so should we, go, I'm sorry, Amy.
Yeah, to clarify, if we don't want to move something to committee, we would vote as a board? Like, if I wanted to move every month that we review the finance, I could make a motion for that at any
Yeah.
point? Okay.
At
Yeah.
any board meeting,
Yep.
yeah.
Mhm. Yes. So any other discussion on changing the language of this policy? Then we'll take the roll. Yeah, you second.
Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby, Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Scholes,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
No.
Ms. Wondercheck.
No.
Motion passes. So then we are on to our next agenda item, the first read of the superintendent job description. I'm sorry, I meant to ask you, Kate, if you would present this for us.
I
what it
will
is.
present it.
Okay.
Can we possibly postpone the next two agenda items to the next meeting? Does anyone object on that?
They're just first reads, so I suppose, I mean, there's
Sure,
really
okay.
nothing to discuss. It's just a matter of maybe explaining what they are.
Sure. Okay, so the superintendent job description, we haven't had one historically, so this is really just trying to fill a gap for something that we do not have. We started with a recommendation from Nicole, and then as a committee, we made a few adjustments. So basically, we changed the duties and responsibilities section to be aligned to the Neola policy. So we pulled those bullet points exactly from the superintendent policy recommendation from Neola. We did add some clarification at the top around the reports to and supervises items. That was something the committee wanted to do. And then we tweaked the Neola verbiage of the objective. Nicole had actually done that initially to just be like a little bit more New Berlin-esque. So it says like maintain excellence using kind of some of our New Berlin language. The education requirements, Nicole pulled from sort of the standard requirements for all superintendents. So that was her recommendation. And then the parts at the end of the job description, the core competencies and the additional requirements, those are standard on all of our school district job descriptions. So that came from Nicole as well.
Thank you. So if there's any questions on that from now until our next meeting, if you could direct them to Kate and probably Nicole, you could copy her in. And then we have first read on policy 5630, corporal punishment. And this is one of those odd ones. It's really not personnel, but if you want to set it up for us,
Yeah,
please.
so it was personnel. I think originally it isn't. It's more of a student policy now. We're really just recommending using the Neola policy here. So we did not actually change anything. So it's a change from what we had, but really a standardization to the Neola policy.
All right, so then we do have some items from closed session to vote on. So I'll need a motion to approve the employment performance and compensation report.
So moved.
Need a second? Second. So I've got a motion by Mr. Helmer, a second by Mr. Kurth, and we don't need to discuss on this since it was done in closed session. So let's take the roll.
Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Mr. Kurth. Yes. Ms. Crosby,
Yes.
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Scholes,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck.
Okay, so motion passes. And then one other one, we need a motion to approve the administration compensation for 2021, 2022.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, were you sleeping?
Guys, we can't get out of here unless we say something.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Helmer, a second by Ms. Crosby. Let's go to vote. Please take the roll.
Can we have Joe explain what they are?
Oh,
first?
yes, I'm sorry. I should let you do that. Go ahead.
So similar to what was the board approved at the last meeting, the board approved a 1.23% CPIU general increase for certified staff and classified staff at the last meeting. Based off of that, we're recommending the same percentage increase for the administration.
Okay, so any questions on that? We can take the roll now, please. Thank you.
Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby, Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Schulz,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck.
Thank you. Motion passes. So now there's future meetings and dates. Just to remind you, board meetings are generally held the second and fourth Monday, beginning at 7:00 p.m. in the Eisenhower Commons, unless noted otherwise. Next meeting is April 12th. Then on April 26th, there is a board reorganizational meeting, and then a board meeting on May 10th. Other dates to remember, we have spring break, April 2nd through the 9th, and the spring election is April 6th.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Typically, the Finance Committee would meet on April 26th. Can that be added to the calendar?
I believe under our new policy, we need a motion to add it at the next board meeting? I mean, add it as a topic at the next board meeting?
Yeah, because we have to approve the agenda.
Oh, okay. So I will put that as an agenda item on the next board meeting.
Okay, so then it'll be considered whether we can hold a Finance Committee meeting at the next,
Yeah,
in April?
We can start working out on how many meetings we need coming up.
Okay.
Yes. All right, so please note, completion of a health questionnaire is required upon entering the building by all staff and visitors. Commons capacity is limited to 25 visitors, and I just want to apologize. I said 40 last time. That was actually under when we were meeting at West. So this, at Eisenhower's 25 visitors. Face masks are required per state mandate, at least for now. And please observe social distancing. So now I need a motion to adjourn.
Real quick,
Yes.
we probably shouldn't have any committee meetings on the 16th because we're going to have a new board.
Oh, you're correct, yeah.
The 26th?
The 16th, isn't it?
We have a meeting
26th.
on the 12th. Actually, the board reorganization is the 26th.
Right.
So we have the current board members on April 12th, possible new board members on the 26th. So what are you saying? We should not put the agenda item on the 12th?
I'm sorry, when was the ask for the finance committee? Was it the 26th?
Yeah, when was the 26th?
I
is
asked for
your
the
next meeting?
26th because we can't meet as
I
a
put
Finance
down the
Committee.
16th, so I combined the two
Oh.
numbers, and that's why I'm struggling with it.
No, I was proposing that we meet on the 26th because that's the fourth Monday, and that's when Patrick has indicated to me that the finance reports are available for review. They're not available at that second week meeting, so we couldn't meet that second week.
Okay, you know what I'm thinking? There's a board reorganizational meeting actually on the 26th. So why don't we wait till we know what our new leadership's going to be, and then
Okay.
whoever's in leadership then will make those decisions.
I'll just plan to ask whatever questions I have about it at the 26th meeting and pull those items out for separate consideration from the consent agenda.
Diana, is the 26th strictly an organizational meeting, or will there be other items?
It's the new members take office.
Yeah, and I
Oh, that's not the only item, I'm sorry.
Oh, there will be other items on
Oh,
there. Okay, just
absolutely.
wanted to make sure. Okay.
And I thought we did the committees at the next meeting.
Yeah. So the committees are also done during the reorganization.
Okay, I thought we did the committee appointments in May last year. Because the new president could be appointed, and then the president will still appoint the committees, so they would need time before the next meeting.
To
figure
consult
out-
with the other members, and so
Amy,
we
is that-
kind of just.
We can look back.
Refresh
but-
my memory. Did you usually?
I think that's right.
The board, it wasn't until the following meeting that? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right.
All right. So yeah, so at the 26th, then whoever is the board president at that time will ask for those who are interested in committee chairmanships, and we'll start from there. Now, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? Who wants a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Helmer, a second by Mr. Kurth. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No opposed. The motion passes.